Hello everyone, welcome to our new project where we're building a website inspired by X.com. We're using Next.js 14, next-auth, Firebase, and Tailwind CSS to create it. With the new updates in Next.js 14, building websites has become simpler and quicker. In this tutorial, we'll walk you through each step. Firstly, we'll guide you on how to set up and organize the files and folders for our project using the Next.js app directory. After that, we'll dive into building our X-like platform from the ground up with Next.js, next-auth, and Firebase. But wait, there's more. We'll make our website visually appealing and similar to the original X.com using Tailwind CSS. We'll also ensure our website loads quickly and maintains its appearance even if there are any errors, all thanks to the new features of Next.js 14. As we progress, we'll explore more exciting features like allowing users to like any posts in the feed section, leave comments on any post they want, and add new posts with images and captions. We'll also design different components of the website to cater to our needs, whether it's optimizing for search engines with server-side rendering or enhancing user interaction with client-side rendering. You can access the project's code and its final version on the GitHub repository linked in the description below. Throughout this course, I'll walk you through building this project using freely available resources. By the way, if you're looking for another fantastic learning tool, I highly recommend Brilliant, the sponsor of this video. Brilliant offers an interactive way to learn math, data science, and computer science concepts. They provide engaging lessons across various subjects, organized into courses that you can navigate at your own pace. What makes Brilliant stand out is its personalized content, which adjusts to your proficiency level. Personally, I've found their computer science courses incredibly helpful for deepening my understanding of algorithms and data structures. They also offer a practical course called Thinking in Code, which teaches coding principles in a real-life context. Whether you're a beginner or an experienced coder, Brilliant is a valuable resource for mastering coding challenges. When you sign up, you can take a quick quiz to tailor the content to your interests and skill level. Whether you're just starting out or ready for advanced projects, Brilliant supports you on your learning journey. If you're interested, visit brilliant.org/Sahand for a 30-day free trial. And as a bonus, if you use the link in the video description, you'll also get a 20% discount on the Brilliant annual premium subscription. A big thank you to Brilliant for sponsoring this video. Now, let's get back to our project.
Alright, I have provided the final version at x.100jsprojects.com. You can visit this to be familiar with the final version, and also you can interact with the website. As you can see, I have here a sidebar with a logo, menu, and a button to log in the website. Here we have the feed section that shows all the tweets and posts. As you can see, some posts have images, some posts they just have text, so you can tweet without an image, and also you can like and leave a comment in each post of the feed section. Here we have the news section, so you can see the latest news. You can click here to have more news here. In order to like or leave a comment or even leave a post, you need to be logged in. So authentication here is important. So when we click on a like, if we are not authenticated, we're going to be redirected to the login page. We're going to use next-auth for authentication. So next-auth is going to create these pages for us, so we don't need to be worried about this login page and also how to log out or sign in the users. So here I'm going to choose one of my Gmail accounts, for example, this one. Now I can like a post. I can delete my previous post. As you can see, this post is created by this user, so I can delete it. I can leave a comment. So if you click here, for example, I can leave a comment. We're going to create this pop-up window using a package called react-modal, so which is going to be very easy to create. let's leave a comment here. For example, we just say nice. When we click on reply, we're going to be redirected to a new page with this address, /post / the ID of the post. And here you can see all the comments, the previous comments, and the post itself. The page is completely SEO friendly because this caption and this image is server-side. The search engines can easily crawl these pages and index them. So it's very good for SEO. And also in the home page, all the posts are server-side, including their captions and the image. But these buttons, we need to click on them. We cannot create them server-side, so we're going to create them client-side. But I'm going to show you how to have a component inside another component, which is server-side, to be client-side. So this ability is available in Next.js app directory. So let's create a new post here. For example, we just say, we can have a post without image and also with image. So let me try it with the one image. For example, let's try an image here. I just say sunset. So we can just post it now. So the image is going to be uploaded in Firebase. As you can see, I can delete my own post, but I cannot delete other users' posts. So I'm going to click here to delete it. As you can see, I need to confirm. And then here we're going to see that the post is gone. So in the next section, we're going to start installing Next.js and Tailwind CSS. And following that, we're going to create the pages and components. I'm going to show you how to have different sorts of components and pages based on our needs. It can be server-side or client-side. And also, I'm going to use Eraser.io to create some diagrams and some tips for our website. I'm going to add them here. I'm going to share the link of this Eraser.io for you, so you can have the same diagrams and you can use them for your own purpose to create your own website or extend it for your possible projects. So in the next section, we're going to start installing Next.js and Tailwind CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, welcome back. In this section, we're going to install Next.js and Tailwind CSS. First things we need to do is to create a folder and put it inside the Visual Studio Code. So I can open the Visual Studio Code, and then here we can just click on File, Open Folder. I want to create it inside one of my folders, the project. Let's create a new folder. I want to call it X Next. And then I want to just open this folder. So this is going to open this folder as a default folder of our Visual Studio Code. Now we can open the terminal using Ctrl backtick, or you just go to View and click on Terminal here to open the terminal. What we need to do here is to install Next.js using a utility. So let's search for Next.js and find that utility. We just say Next.js on Google. We go to next.js.org website. And here we just click on Get Started. Inside this tab, we're going to click on Installation. As you can see, you need Node.js 18.17 or later to be able to do that. And then we can use this command to install Next.js automatically. So we're going to copy this. We go back to Visual Studio Code and we paste it here. And we're going to press Enter. We're going to ask if you want to proceed. You just use Y. They said what name you want to choose for your project. As we already choose the folder here, we don't need to do this part because this is going to make an extra folder for us. We don't want to do that. So we just put a period or dot here, and then we press Enter. Would you like to use TypeScript? We just say no. S-link yes, because we want to have some extra check for our spelling. We want to have Tailwind CSS. We just say yes. App directory. Inside the src folder, this is going to be an extra folder. You can choose no or yes. It depends on you. I just use yes. App router, which is a new way to create pages. We just want to say yes. For the alias, we just you choose the default one. We just say no. And this is going to give us the default folder and files for us. And also it's going to install some packages like React, React DOM, or Next. And also we're going to have Tailwind CSS being installed as well. I'm going to stop the video. When it's done, I'll be back. All right, the installation is already completed. As you can see here, we can just run this one using npm run dev. So this is going to create our project and run it on a server with the port number 3000. We can just keep the control and click on this, which is going to open it in our default browser, which in my case is Google Chrome. As you can see, we have this page, which is created by Next.js. And in order to edit this one, we need to just edit a file called page.js inside the app directory. So let me bring this one to the right side. Let's bring this one to the left side, and then we just go to the app directory, page.js, to clean this file. I'm gonna just choose everything, delete them, and then use RFC to create a React functional component. If you cannot do that one, it means that you haven't installed these extensions. These are the extensions I'm using. Auto rename tag for changing the closing tag based on the opening tag. This is the one I have used for RFC, ES7 React Redux, React Native Snippets. Then I have these two optional extensions to as a suggestion. They give me code suggestion like GitHub Copilot, and this is a chat code GitHub Copilot. These two are optionals because you need to pay for them. And also we have multiple cursor case preserve, prettier, and Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. These are necessary, especially this one, because we need this one to get suggestion for our Tailwind CSS classes. Let's close this. And if you refresh the page, we should just see the page here. As you can see, I can change this one, make it h1 tag. We just say hello world. As you can see, it's automatically saving for us. As you can see, we have some weird styling here because Tailwind CSS adds some base classes for us. We can just remove them by going to globals.css. I just delete everything here except these 3 lines. And then now we have a clean setup here. If you want to be sure that Tailwind CSS is working for you, you just need to add a class name. For example, I can just make this text to be red 500. As soon as you do that, you can see that we have now a style text here with the red color. As you can see, text red, and then you can use control space at the end of this to see the classes, what classes they're using. So this is just the equivalent of this one in CSS. The next step is to add a GitHub repository for our project because we need that GitHub repository later to deploy our application. So we just need to go to github.com. You just search GitHub, go to github.com. It's totally free to use. Make sure you are signed in, and then here click on this plus icon and click on new repository. And here you just create a name for that. For example, I just call it X next. And then the description is going to be, for example, X clone using Next.js and Tailwind CSS. We can make it public or private. If you make it private, nobody else can see that. I want to keep it public because I want you to be able to use this GitHub repository. And then here we click on create repository. So here we have some coding suggestion to connect our code to this GitHub repository. Next.js is already created a GitHub repository for us. So they did the initialization. As you can see inside the source control, we have something here. So we don't need to touch that one. We just need to connect that. So we're going to copy this code and then paste it inside the terminal. I'm going to open a new terminal. The next line is going to create a branch. And the last time here, we're going to push the code to the GitHub. Okay, now as you can see, it's uploaded. We can just refresh the page here. Now we can see all the codes is available inside this page. And we already have one commit, initial commit, which is created by Next.js. We have done some more changes like these changes. We can just add them. And then I want to create a message for that. for example, install Next.js and Tailwind CSS and create the first template. And we just click here, commit and push. This is going to push the new changes. And if we now refresh the page here, we see a new commit and shows the changes here. So anytime you have any problem in your code, you can come here, check the commit related to that section and see the changes. For example, we have deleted everything and this is red color, which means this one is deleted. The page.jsx is everything is deleted and replaced by this h1 tag saying hello world. All right, so in the next section, we're going to work on creating the pages and routes and also create the components of our website. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have installed Next.js and Tailwind CSS, and we have created the first template of our project. In this section, we're going to work on creating the pages and routes and also the components of our website. I want to show you how to create the pages and routes in the Next.js using this eraser diagram. So first thing first, we have started our project, and then we have just used the utilities npx create next app to create some pages. Let me show you here. So we have created some files and folders. So after this, we have used npx create next app at latest to create our first files and folders. So that was the first step. So this is going to create some folders and files. The main folder we have is that x-next. So we have one folder here. Let me add a folder here. And the folder name is x-next. So inside this folder, we're going to have different folders and files. If you look at here, we have a public folder, we have src folder, and also we have some files related to the configs like tailwindcss.config, next.config. So these kind of files we need to have our application. And also we have package.json, which is going to show which packages we have installed. So here we have some folders and files. For example, we have two folders. The first one is src. Then here we have the public folder. The reason I'm putting here these folders again, I want to explain how to make pages and routes, because we have dynamic pages, we have single pages, so different types of things we want to work on, and some of them are server side and some of them are client side. And also we have some files here. So these files are basically mostly our config files and also the JSON files. So we have three types here. Let me create a figure here. So this is going to be the root folder, which is x.next. After that, in order to create our files and folders, before doing that part, we have our public assets like the files that the users can access inside the browser. inside this folder, the public folder. As you can see, we have next.svg or something like that. If you want to add something static that people can download, you can put it inside this public folder. So these are going to be some files, like public files, that this is going to be inside this folder. After that, we're going to have our pages. Inside the SRC, there is a very important folder called app, and it's all lowercase. If you look at the SRC, we have app, it's all lowercase. You cannot change the name of this folder. If you do that, your website is going to crash. So we have a folder here called app, all lowercase, which is going to create the pages and routes for us. And later, we're going to create another folder called components, which is going to include all our components. So in order to create this a page here, let's bring this one here. So this is going to be the SRC folder. So in order to create, for example, the home page, we just need to create a file inside this app folder called page.js, all lowercase. So page.js here. So this page.js is going to create the home page, which we have created before. And we just shown the hello world. So let me complete this. So we're going to have a file here. One single file. So the file name is going to be page.js, all lowercase. And this is going to be inside that app directory. And also we have other files. Another file is layout.js. So layout.js basically is the layout of our project. If you look at the final version here, we can see this sidebar and this widget here is common in all pages. This is the home page, but if you go to this post page, for example, /post/ the ID of the page, the post, you can see we have this post, but still we have this sidebar and this widgets. So we're going to put this new section and the sidebar inside the layout. So in this way, they're going to be in all pages. So we don't need to add them manually in every single page. So basically, we have this layout.js that is going to help us to do that. And also we have another important file called global.css, which is going to help us to style our project. So all the styling like CSS, everything goes here. So basically we have 3 files here. And also if you want to create this page, this is like a /post, and this is the dynamic ID because this ID is different from one post to another. So the ID is different. So how we can make such a dynamic page? So it's very simple actually. You just need to create a folder. So we're going to create another folder, and this folder name is going to be the name of that route. So if you're here, we just have posts. So we create a folder called post, and this is going to be a folder as well with the name of that ID. So here we're going to have another folder called ID, but this should be inside a bracket. So ID. And then inside this folder, we're going to have a file called page.js. So this is going to create a dynamic page, which is app, which is /, then we have post, and then / the ID, and then the page is here. So everything this side, we have a figure. So this is going to be the app folder. Then inside this page is going to create us a website for us, like a browser. So this is going to be the /, or we can just call it homepage. So this page.js is going to create the homepage for us. That post folder, inside that we have this folder. Then inside this folder, we have this file. And this file is going to create / post / the ID, which is going to be a random letter or number. So we just say post ID. And this is going to be the post page. So as simple as that. So we're going to create the pages like this. For the home page, we just say /. For creating the /, we just create a page.js inside the app directory. For creating dynamic pages, we need to create the folder inside the app directory. We have a dynamic folder for the ID, which is going to be different each time. And then this page.js. And for the layout, we have layout.js here. So now we have the home page in our website. Let's create the other pages. The pages we want to create is this one. So we're going to create different pages. And in order to understand it, I want to change this hello world to home. So we know this is a home page. So as I mentioned, we need to just create a folder here called posts. Inside this folder, we're going to have another folder called ID. And inside this one, we're going to have a file called page.js. So let's create a React functional component, and then we just call this one post page, like this. So let's see what we get inside our now home page. We have home page. We have, if we just say / posts, / for example, any ID, you can see this is the post page. So now we want to create the other components. As I mentioned before, we're going to have different components like sidebar, the news, and like other things. We're going to create them, all of them, inside this folder, which is component. So the components we want to create are, now let me just copy one of these. So we're going to create some components like news. This one, the naming convention should be uppercase. And also we just use JSX for the components. So we have news here. And then we're going to have two more components. I think one more is enough. We just say sidebar.jsx. Yeah, I think that's enough for now. And these two is going to be inside that components folder. So let me bring this one a little bit smaller so we can see the big picture here. So we have just started, created the folders. We have the public folder, then we have this src. For creating the pages, we have to create a file page.js for homepage inside the app directory. For dynamic pages, we create folders like posts and ID and then page.js. And also we create the components inside the components folder. So let's create that folder. And this is going to be components. And inside this one is, I think I need to create it again, components. And here we have news.jsx. We use RFC. Then we have sidebar.jsx. And then we want to add this one to the layout.js because we want to have this sidebar and news in all pages. So we go to layout.js. So as you can see, layout.js, we just imported some fonts here. We have the metadata. For example, the title. Let me change this one to X clone. And then this one, a clone of X, for example. Add some more information. Okay. As you can see, I've got some suggestion from GitHub Copilot, which has helped me to save some time. And then here we have all the layout. As you can see, we got the children and we pass it here. So this is going to be everything else that comes. And all the things that we want to have with that layout, we want to add here. For example, inside the home page, in the body section, let's open this one. So we're going to have a div. And inside the div, we're going to have another div for the sidebar because later I want to add some styling to that. So I want to put them inside a div. So this is going to be that sidebar. And then we're gonna have this children. So the children is going to be inside that div because we have this sidebar. Then we have the feed section. Then we have the news. So news is after the children. This is common. This is the website, like a homepage. We have this one. So first we have the sidebar, then we have this one, and then we have the news. So the children, which is this one, is going to be before the news. And also I want to put the children inside a div too. So just say div. And after that, we're going to have another div for the news section. We just import news. Okay. So let's see what we get here. So we have sidebar, PostPage, and news. Inside the home page, we have sidebar, homepage, and news. We can just add some styling first. In this div, we can add a class name. We can make it flex, justify between, because we want to add a space between them. And then I set the maximum width of the screen to be 6XL. And then I want to bring everything to the center using MX Auto. So now we have a space between. So the homepage is in the middle. Then we have news and then the sidebar. And then we have some space here because we set the max width to be 6XL. In the following sections, we're going to work more on the styling, but for now, that's enough. I just want to have a clean page. In the next section, we're going to work to create our sidebar component, this component. We want to make it like a final version. We're going to have the logo, menu, the button, and etc. So see you in the next section. Before going to the next session, I forgot to add the committed. So each section is going to be a new commit, so you can easily compare your code with mine. So I'm going to add everything, and the message for this one is going to be create pages and routes, as well as components. So we can just commit and push. So I just want to repeat it one more time. Anytime you need to do your code comparison, just come here, check these commits. As you can see, now we have 3 commits. So you come just in this section, for example, you cannot get your result, come here and compare your code with mine. So see you in the next section for creating the sidebar component of our project. All right, in the last section, we have created the pages and routes, and we have also created the components. In this section, we're going to create this sidebar here, but as we don't have authentication yet, we haven't installed next-auth yet, we just need to create this part. So if you log out, we just need to create this logo, the menu, and this button. So let's bring this website, our website, to the right side, and Visual Studio Code to the left side so you can see the changes in real time. And then we just go to sidebar.jsx to complete this sidebar component. So we need some icons here. If you look at the final version, first thing first, I want to show you this is completely responsive. In the mobile size, we don't see the sidebar. After mobile size, we see only the icons, and then we're gonna see the text here and also the button. Okay, so it's going to be responsive, and also we need some icons. In order to have the icons, I want to use a package called React Icons. You search React Icons, and this is the website, react-icons.github.io. They have all the icons we need in our website. We just need to install it first in our application. So we just need to, inside the terminal, let me clear this. We just install it. We just say npm I react-icons. And the icons we want to use here, first thing first, is the Twitter icon or X icon. We just search for Twitter. As you can see, now we have this X as well. The one I want to use is this one, FAX Twitter. When you click on it, we can just import it like that. We copy the import and we bring it and we put it at the top. Another icon we need is that home. If you search for home, I want to get the home with the hero icons. So HI, let me find that HI home, this one. Okay, put it here. So let's close it for now. We don't need it. So when we click on this icon, we want to go to the home page. So if you are in this page, for example, and then we click on home or here, I want to go to the home page. So we need to use the link tag from Next.js. So let's, inside this div, we're going to have a link tag from next/link. And the href is going to be /. And inside this link, we're going to have that icon, the FA Twitter. So let's close this. We should see it now in our website. Let's style it real quick. I just add a class name here. And then I want to set the width to be 16, height to be 16. We set the cursor to be pointer. When we hover over it, we want to see a cursor. And then we add a padding of 3. When we hover over it, I want to have some background color of gray 100. So you see the hover effect, but I want it to be rounded. So I just say rounded. Ooh. And then I want to have some transition as well with a duration of 200. So when we hover over it, it's going to take a while to see the effect. So it's going to be smooth like this. And any page we are, for example, if we are in the posts and we click on it, they're going to go to the home page without refreshing the page. Okay. So after this one, we're going to have our menu, which is in our case, is just the home icon. So I'm just want to say home icon, which is hi home, this icon. And I forgot to add the link tag. So this is going to be actually outside this with another link tag. So it's going to be a link tag with the home. As you can see, we got some suggestion. the width and height, I want to set it to be 7. And then as I want to have this effect, so both of the text and the icon is going to be like a hover, and you can see it like that. So we need to have another span saying that home, and I want to add a style in the link tag, not the icon. So let's just remove all these things first. I just keep the 7 and 7. And then I want to add a span saying home. This one is going to be with the font of bold. And also I want to make it hidden when we have a small screen, but in the X large and above, I want to see it. So we just say X large and line. So when we have a X large, we see this home. And then what we want to do is to bring them next to each other. So in the link tag, I want to make them flex, set the items to be center. So we're going to style them like this. We add a padding of 3. And when we hover over them, I want to have a background of gray 100, rounded full with the transition all with a duration of 200. And also I want to have a gap between them, which is a gap 2, and width to be fit. So now we have this effect. When we have a smaller screen, we don't see that one, and the icon is like that. So I think we have done with this part. Now it's time to add the button. So under this one, I'm going to add a button. So the button, let's accept this one. I'm going to just fix it, and then I'll just say sign in. So I think it's good enough. I just want to change it a little bit. For example, this background color to be 400 instead of 500. Then we want to have text. Everything is fine. I don't want it to be bold, so I just remove the bold. Rounded full. I want to set the width to be 48 and height to be 9. And then when we hover over it, just instead of changing the background color, I want to change the brightness to be, for example, 95. I think brightness, now it's working. And we want to have some shadow of medium. I think it's okay. And I think we don't need this padding as well. So I'm going to remove all of them. And instead of this padding or margin, I want to add some here in the top div. I want to make it flex column, and add a gap between them, gap of 4. Okay. So as you can see now, we can see the button, but in the small size, I want to just make it hidden. But in the X large and above, I want to make it in line. So when we have only the big screen, I want to see it. Okay. So everything is okay, but we want to just add some border in the right side as well. And totally, we don't want to see the sidebar when we have a smaller screen. So in the layout.js, remember around the sidebar, we had a div. So here, I want to have a class name, make it hidden. And then in the small size and above, I want to make it in line. And also we want to have a border in the right side. And we set the edge screen to be the side of the height to be side of the screen. So we're going to see this line all the way to the down. And as you can see, we just have some, it's all connected here. We can just add some padding in the sidebar, for example, padding of 3. So that is better. I think it's working nice. So we don't have authentication yet. When we have authentication, we're going to make this one dynamic. It's going to say sign in or sign out based on the authentication of the user. So that's it. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So here we have added this one, and this is going to be create. Let's see what GitHub Copilot suggests us. It's not good. We just say modify the sidebar component. So we're going to commit and push. In the next section, we're going to work on this news section. If you look at the final version, we can see that we have here the news section, which is going to use an API to get the news, and we can just load more news by clicking on the show more button. Let's see. This one looks like we need to make it a little bit bold. So this sign in, I just set the font size to be semi-bold. I think now it's fine. Let's add this one as well. Okay, that's fine. Okay, in the next section, we're going to work on the widget on the right side, which is related to the news section. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the sidebar component. In this section, we're going to work on creating this news section. If you look at the final version, you can see that we have, if you refresh the page now, we have a search bar, and also we have this news widget. So let's create the search bar first. Let's bring this one to the right side, and then Visual Studio Code to the left side. Here we just go to the, first we want to go to the layout, we add the input. So before the news section, we want to add that input. So this is going to be another div. And then here we have the input. Input, it's going to be with a type of text. We're going to have a placeholder saying search. I think we can see it now here. Let's style it a little bit quick. So we had a class name here. Let's change the background color to be gray 100. We add a border and border color gray 200. We make it rounded 3 XL. Let's make the text to be a small. We set the width to be full. And then we're gonna have a padding in the x-axis of 4 and y-axis of 2. So we have it like this. That is fine. For the div that is covering the input here, let's make it sticky at the top. So sticky top 0. And as you can see from the final version, when we scroll down, we can still see the search box in some point. Okay, so we're gonna make it sticky at the top. Let's set the background to be white and padding in the y-axis of 2. And then the div that is covering both the news and the input, we wanna make it in the large screen to be flex column. So in the small screen is going to be, so we just want to make it flex, but flex column, but only in the large size. And then the padding of 3, we set the edge to be screen. So we're going to cover everything. We're going to have a border in the left side. And when we have a small screen, we want to make it hidden. And then in the large screen above, we have flex column. So we need to add a flex to have that. And we set the width to be 24 rem. So now, if we just increase the size to large, we can see it like this. And if you have more content here, we're going to keep the search at the top. So that's it for that. And then we're going to complete the news section as we have some interactivity, because we want to have, when we click on the more, show more, we want to have more news. So we cannot keep it server side. And also we don't need it to be server side. We don't want to the search engines crowd this news, because news is not for us. It's just the API from other third-party website. So we want to keep it this one client side. We just say use client. So actually, the way that Next.js work is we want to have everything server side, except we mention it client side. So after keeping this one in the client side, we want to fetch data from the news. The website I want to use for getting the news, if you search API news, and then you just add Saraf, something like that. This is the website we want to use, Saraf.tech. It has a API news. It's completely free, and also you don't need an API key. So it's very easy to use. For example, they have an example. If you want to get the news in English or Indian, or you can only get news from the CNN, all sorts of things, you can use this API. So the way I want to use it, let's bring our website here. So I just want to get the business news, US. So first thing first, we want to add a piece of state to save the news, which would be an array. So we just say news, set the news. We need to import user state. And then what else we want to have is the article number, because we want to have ability to add show more. So we just say article number, and it's going to be 3 at the beginning. And then we want to use effect to fetch that. So we just say use effect. We need to import it from React. So here we want to fetch the data. So the the data is going to be with this address. Saraf. I don't know I'm pronouncing it correctly, but the spelling is this. Saraf.tech. We just say news API. We just say top headlines, the category. We want to add the business. And then we want to get the US, which is the English. After fetching that, when we get the response, we want to convert it to JSON, and then we get the data. When we get the data, we want to set the news to data.articles. That's it. And then we're going to close it. So now we get the news. We want to show it here at the bottom. So we are getting an error. Let's see what, I think some parentheses, we need to close them. This is for this. Okay, we need to close this use effect. We want to only fetch it one time. Okay, that's fine. So now let's, for example, show the title of the news. So we just say news dot, for example, we can just say the title. We just say, we need to actually map through it and then show it. So because we have the article number, I want to just show 3 of them, and then we map through them. And then we want to show the description or other things. I just want to show you the title, but let's get this, accept this one. Let's remove it. I don't want this one like this. Let's make it, we'll return it like this. Let's close this one. So this parenthesis here. Here, I just want to add an h1 tag showing the article dot title. Okay, now we are getting the titles. So this is 1 title, 2, and 3. So based on the article number, we are getting that. So if we change, for example, this one to 8, we get 8 of them. Just 1 is 1. So we want 3. And then when we click on the show more button, we want to see more. But first thing first, we want to style this one. Before this div, I want to have a h4 tag saying what's happening. Don't add this apostrophe here, because in the deployment, you're going to get an error. So I'm going to remove that. You can add it in a different way, for example, as a symbol, but just for simplicity, I just want to add that, remove that. So what's happening? Let's style this. We just make the font to be bold, text to be X large, and we add a padding in the x-axis of 4. And in the div at the top here, I want to make the text to be gray 700. We add a space between them in the y-axis of 3. Let's make the background to be gray 100, rounded to be XL, and we add a padding in the top of 2. So after that, we're gonna install this news section. So inside the news section, we're gonna have a div here, and this is going to have a key because we are looping through something. We need to add a key, and the key is going to be, for example, article, something that is unique you can use. For example, article.url is unique. And then here, let me close this. So this is going to be an anchor tag because we want to have some link here. And the address is going to be article.url. We want to open it in a new window. We just say target underline blank. We don't need to add the other one. I just want to close this. Okay. So now inside this anchor tag, we want to have a div. So the div is going to have, this div is going to have another div. And inside this one, we're going to have a h6 tag, adding the article title. And after that, we're going to have a paragraph for article name, article.source.name, which is this CNBC, Fox Business, and etc. So after this div, we're going to have an image, which is source of article.url to image. The alternative is going to be the title. You see the images now. For the width, we set it to be 70. And then I think that's it. And then we can add a class name. I want to just make it rounded XL. So we're going to style this paragraph first. So the paragraph is going to be with the text of X small. So XL, XS, font medium, and text gray 500. For the title, we're going to have text of S small instead of XS and font of bold. And for this div that is covering these two, we want to have a space in the y-axis of 0.5. This div that is covering both of image and text, let's make it flex item center to make them like in the center, and then justify between, so push them to the sides, and then padding in the x-axis of 4 and y-axis of 2. We add a space in the x-axis of 1. And what else we want to add is when we hover over it, we want to have a background color of gray 200. So in the with the transition, with the duration of 200. So now we have this transition effect as well. So after creating this one, we want to add a button for the show more. So after this div here, so this is the article. So after here, after this, we're going to have a button. So we're going to have a button. When we click on it, we want to set the article number and increase it by 3. And let's just accept this as styling. And this is going to say load more. So they made it in a different way that I want to do. So what's going on? Okay, the alternative text is going to ruin our design. So for the image here, I'm going to remove the alternative text. That's better. Okay, so for the load more, it's okay. I want to just keep it consistent as a final version. Actually, it's a very simple thing. It's just a text blue 300, heading in the left side of 4, heading at the bottom of 3, and then when we hover over it, I want to just change the text blue to be 400, and then let's make the text to be small. I think it's fine. Some articles, they don't have image, but it's fine. And just leave it like that. As you can see, the search is also at the top. I want to keep this sidebar at the top as well, but I want to make it later when we complete this sidebar. I'm going to fix that one. Okay, that was it for creating this section. Let's add it to the GitHub. Let's see what we get. Suggestion from the GitHub Copilot, update layout and news component. Okay, we can just say update the news component. So we can just commit and push it. So in the next section, I want to add the authentication and also modify this sidebar component. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed our news component. In this section, we're going to work on the authentication part. We're going to install Next authentication and create it in our project. So what we want to do here actually is to make some places in our website protected. What I mean by that, for example, in the sidebar, we don't want to see this. If you look at the final version, if you log in, we can only see, now we can see this mini profile, for example, or this input section here. So we want to make this part protected. And also now here I can just like or leave a comment, but if I'm not authenticated, I cannot do it. So if I sign out here, I don't see this input section. And also I cannot like, if I like, I'm going to be redirected to the sign-in page. And also we don't see this mini profile here. So what we want to do is to add the authentication. Authentication must be added in the root. So it's going to cover everything. So we're going to add it in this part. So in order to add it, we can just add it to the layout. But as the authentication is using some interaction, we cannot put it directly in the layout because it's going to be client side and then make all our website client side. But we want to keep this page and this page server side, some parts of it. So in order to do that, we want to create another component. And for that component, we want to make that component, a specific component, client side, and add it as a session provider in our layout.js. I'm going to show you what I mean by that by just adding it. So first thing first, we want to install Next authentication. So we want to install this package, npm install next-auth. So once you install that, we need to create a session provider. So the session provider, so we want to create a component first inside our components folder. We're going to call it session wrapper.jsx. So let's create a React. It's not a React functional component, but it's going to be in the client side. As I mentioned, because it's using interactivity and it needs to be inside the client side. So first thing first, we want to import session provider from next-auth/react. Then we want to export, we want to create a constant called session wrapper, which is going to get the children. And then here we want to return that session provider and add this children inside that. So in this case, this is going to be client side. This is going to be client. This is correct. And then we're going to export that as a default. So this one is actually client side, but when we use this one and wrap our application in the layout, we want to keep everything is still server side. So we go to layout.js and just we need to cover everything with this session provider. So before this HTML, I want to add that session provider, session wrapper that we have created. Session wrapper, and then we're going to bring this one all the way down after that HTML. Okay, I think we are not getting an error. Let's see. Session wrapper is not defined. We just need to import it at the top. So it looks like we are getting an error here. Let's check the console. Okay. So the session provider cannot be a child of a document. This causes a hydration error. Session provider. First thing first, actually, this one is session provider. Session. This one is actually I think I made a typo here. This one should be capital. Session provider, session provider, session provider. So I think that is fine now. So let's see. Okay, now we are not getting that error. This error is gonna be fine because I'm gonna complete it. Still, we need to complete that. Okay, so what else we need to do is to create an API route for the next authentication. So inside the app directory, we're gonna create another folder called API. This is going to be all the APIs in our application, and the API we want to create is authentication. We just say auth, and here we're gonna have another folder with the name ... 3 dots next auth, all lowercase, and it's inside the bracket. And then inside this one, we're gonna have a file called route.js. So here we're gonna import next-auth from next-auth / next. We don't need that actually / next. And then here we want to import our Google provider because I want to use the Google. So we just say Google provider, which is coming from next / auth / providers / Google. And then we want to create a constant called handler, which is going to be equal to that next auth. And then here we want to pass the provider. So the provider is going to be Google provider. And then we want to add the client ID and client secret. We're going to get it soon from the Google Cloud Console. But firstly, let's finish this one. So I'm going to close this. And then we want to export handler as a get for the get request and also for the post request. So we have this one. Now we want to add this, get the Google Client ID and Google Client secret. And we need to add it to our environmental variable file because we want to protect these variables from being exposed to others when we upload this one to GitHub. So first thing first, we just search for Google Console Cloud. If you go to this website, console.cloud.google.com, make sure you sign in with your correct Gmail address. And then here we want to create a new project. I'm going to call it, for example, X next. And then we just create it. Once we create that, we want to go to, okay, it's finished. Let's go to the API and services. We go to credentials. Before we can create the credentials here, but we are not allowed to do it before creating the OAuth consent screen. So first we go there, and here we're gonna publish. Let's see. Okay, I think here when we want to create it, they're gonna ask us. So we just go to OAuth client ID. We want to get that one. The application is web application. The name is going to be next. So we don't need to add these things now. And then we're just going to click on create. This is our client ID and client secret. We can just copy them. So I'm going to copy the client ID first. And then here we want to create an environmental variable file. The place we want to add the .env file is in the root of our project. We just say .env here. And then we want to paste that code that we have copied, which is our client ID. So we need to copy this, put it here as a name. And the next one is going to be the client secret. So which is similar to this one, Google Client Secret should be the same. Let's get it from here, client secret, and paste it here. And two more things we need to add actually. One is the next-auth secret, which is just a random number or letters we need to add. This is for authentication. And also we want to add next-auth URL, which is our URL of our website for now, which is localhost 3000. So make sure to add these two as well. Otherwise, you're going to get an error. So now we have created the route. We created the environmental variables. Let's complete this. We have this here. I think it's fine. Let's see we get any. So now in order to test that our authentication works or not, we want to change this button in the sidebar. When I click on it, I want to go to that sign in page. So in order to do that, we just need to go to the sidebar.jsx, and when we click on this sign in, we want to go to that place. So we're gonna add an onclick event listener, which is going to call a sign in. Sign in is a function that we can get from next-auth/react, and we just need to close it like that. So let's see. As we are adding this one, we cannot keep the client component as a server side because we are adding interactivity to it. We need to make it client side. So we need to add here at the top, use client. Otherwise, we should get an error. Okay, client. So now the error is gone. But when we click on sign in, we should go to that signing page. Now, as you can see, we get to this sign in with Google. And when we click on it, we should get an error because the error is the redirect URL mismatch. We need to add this URL to our Google Cloud. So we just click on the error detail and we copy this redirect URL. We copy it and go here. This is our my client ID, xnext. I'm gonna edit it and then add it, the authorized redirect URL here, and then save it. So now if I try again, if I come back, let's come back completely. We click on sign in with Google. Now we can see that we can choose our account. For example, I choose this one. Okay, so now we are redirected to the home page. So I want to make this one dynamic now. So when we are actually authenticated, I want to see this one as a sign out. Otherwise, I want to see sign in. So in the sidebar.jsx here, I want to copy this one, and one of them should be sign out. And when we click on it, I want to sign out the user. And this is coming from next-auth/react as well. So we have now two. So if we click on sign out, we're gonna sign out the user. We can be sure about that by going to the application, and inside this, as you can see here, let me bring this one down. So now we have cookie that is related to the next-auth. When we click on sign out, the cookie is gone. Okay. If we sign in again, we're gonna see a new cookie. For example, with this account, we have, as you can see, we have session token here. Sign out is going to remove that. Okay. So that is working, but I don't want to see this sign out now when I'm not authenticated. And also I don't want to see sign in when I'm authenticated. So in order to create that one, we need to get the session. So we just import use session from next-auth. Actually, we could add it here. So let me delete this and add it here because it's coming from the same place. And also we need to initialize it. So we just say const, which is going to be, we can get the data, but I want to rename the data to session so it makes more sense. And then we're going to have that use session. Now this session is going to tell us if a person is authenticated or not. So we can here add a condition. We just say if there is a session, show this one, otherwise show something else. So we want to see this sign in when the person is not authenticated. It should be here. And if the person is authenticated, we want to see that sign out. So it should be here at the top. Okay. So now we are not authenticated. So we see the sign in. When we click on it, we are authenticated. So we see only the sign out button. So it's working fine. So that was it for adding the authentication. Let's add this one to the GitHub. As you can see, we have a problem here. Now we are having the .env file, so which is going to be uploaded in our GitHub, which is not a good thing because everybody can see our client ID and client secret. So what we need to do here is to go to this .getignore file and add that .env, for example, here. we just say .env. So now if we go to the source control, the .env is gone. So we can add everything. So this is going to be where let's add a message here. For example, add next-auth and modify the sidebar component. So we can commit and push. In the next section, we're going to work on this part, the mini profile. So when we are logged in, we should see that mini profile. And before adding that one, we need to modify our sessions to be able to have this username. So see in the next section for the mini profile component of our project. All right, in the last section, we have added the next-auth authentication, and we have also modified the sidebar component. In this section, we're going to add the mini profile in the sidebar. So in order to have the mini profile, we need to add this username, because the information we get from Google does not include the username. So let me console log session to show you what I mean by that. So here in the sidebar, we get the session. If we console log session and we go to our website, and here we just inspect. Let me bring this one to the right side. We go to console. Let's refresh the page. As you can see, we get the user information, and the user information only has the email, the profile image, and also the name. We want to create the username based on this name, and also we want to get the user ID that comes from Google. We want to save this information so we can have a unique people commenting to our application. So we need to go to the authentication file here, route.js, and here we want to add a feedback here. So what I mean, we need to add a callback. So after the provider, we want to add a callback. So the callback is going to add our, so let's just add this one here. This is going to be asynchronous. We want to use the session, and the session is going to give us two things, session and token. We don't need that user. And after that, we're going to just, we want to first, we get the username. So we just say session.user.username. We want to create this one based on the name of the user. So it's going to be session.user.name. We want to split that because it has a space. If you remember, it has a space between the name, first name and family name. We want to split that, and then we want to join that together. But we want to make everything lowercase. So we just add two lowercase or two local lowercase. We need to call that. So this is going to be the username, and also we want to have the user ID, or you can call it UID, which is coming from token.sub. And then we can return the session. So now session is going to include two more information. So if we check the console log now, we can see the user has, so we need to refresh the page. So now the user has email, image, name, UID, and the username. So we can use this information to create our mini profile. So let's create another component, or we just don't need to create a component because we can just add it, because it's a very small thing. We can add it to the sidebar. So let's delete this console log. And then after this sign in, we want to add that. We want to add everything here is inside a div, because I want to keep it at the top. So I want to have a div that is covering the top side. So another div, I want to add another div. Let's cover everything. And outside this div, I want to add the mini profile. So I just want to say, if there is a session, then create the mini profile. So let's add a div here. So let's close this div. We don't get an error. So after this div, we're going to have an image. The source for the image is going to be session.user.image. For the alternative, we just say user-img. After this image, we want to have the name and the username. So I'm going to have a div here. And inside this div, we're going to have an h4 tag with the username. We just say session.user.name. And after the h4, we're going to have a paragraph, session.user.username. Let's see what we get here, okay? So we have this name, username. We are not getting the image. Let's see. So in the console, let's console log the session again. Sometimes the image is going to be blocked by the Google because it's coming from the request is coming from localhost 3000. So actually this is correct. The image is user that's session.user.image. So it was fine. Let's see again. Session.user.image. So it's fine. I can sign in with another user to test it. Okay, still cannot see. Let's try the other one. Okay, should be some problem here. Session.user.image. Okay, this is actually the Google image. So there's no problem. Actually, we have the image. It doesn't show because it's being blocked by the Google. So there's no problem here. We can just keep continue. Sometimes it happens, but in the production, you can see the image with no problem. Always in the local host 3000 or anything like that, we're going to have such a problem. So let's style the website for now. So in the div that is covering all of them, I want to just make the text to be gray 700, text to be a small, flex. We want to change the display to flex. We change the items to be center. We add a cursor, pointer, and we add a padding of 3. Let's see what we get so far. Okay, so we brought everything next to each other. And when we hover over it, we want to have a background color of gray 100. We want to make it rounded full. We add a transition to all and with the duration of 200. So now when we hover over it, we see this background color. For the image, let's add some styling to it. So for the image, I just want to make the height to be 10, width to be 10 as well to make it square. We made it rounded full. And finally, I want to add in the X large, I want to add a margin in the right side of 2. For this div, we want to make it hidden in the small size, but in the X large, I want to see it. So just say inline. For this H4, we want to add a font bold. For the username, let's make the text to be gray 500. And also I want to add this @ sign here for the username. So that is fine. We still cannot see the image, but it's fine. This is temporarily. It came back now. So as you can see, we have the image, username. So on the right side, we want to have some dot, like the final version, some icons. So we need to import an icon first. I think it's coming from this React icons post-hi. We just say hi dot, I think it's dots horizontal. Okay, and then we want to add it here. So let's make the height to be 5. Let's remove the width. In the X large and above, I want to see it. Make it I want to add a margin left of 8 when we have a large screen. Make it hidden. And also we want to, in the X large and above, I want to see. So let's make it inline. Okay, it's working. Now I want to push this one to this button. Okay, here. So what we can do here, we want to add some justify between at the top. So here that actually this flex, let's add these things in this div because this is related to the top one. Okay, so now it's working the same way. But in the top one that is covering both of them, we just want to here, we can add this, let's make this one flex column. Let's bring this padding 3 at the top. And then I want to add a justify between and make the height to be a screen. So now we have a screen size and then justify between these two items because this is a div and this is the other one. So I think it's working fine. Let's decrease the size. As you can see, we just see the image when we have a small screen, then X large, and it's hidden when it's in the mobile size. So that was it for the mirror profile section. Let's add it to the GitHub. So this is add mini profile to the sidebar component. So let's commit and push. In the next section, we want to work on the input of the homepage because we want to be able to add a new post. So in order to have a new post, we need to have an input, which is similar to this one. We want to create it and put it in the homepage. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed this mini profile. In this section, we're going to add the input here, which allows us to upload an image and add a tweet. So just one thing I have to mention, this page, we want to keep it server-side because we want this text, this image to be server-side, but the input cannot be in the server because we need to click on it, we need to type. So there are some interactivity with the browser. So we need to keep this one in the client side. So in order to do that, we need to create a separate component and make that one on the client side. So we need to go to, as I mentioned before, the homepage is the page.js here. So let's bring this one to the left side and we want to check what we have here. What we want to add is this one. If you remember in the final version, we want to add a title here saying home, and then we want to have the input with the image on the left side. We have a text or text area input can be changed, the size can be changed. And also we have an icon here, which allows us to upload, to choose an image. And then there is a button here. So in the home page, so first thing first, let's remove this class name and make this one a div. So inside this div, we're going to have a div for the top section. So sometimes that suggestion doesn't work, so we need to write it ourselves. In this div, we're gonna have an h2 tag, h2 tag saying home. And then after this one, we're going to have an input. So we're gonna create a new component with the name input.jsx. And then here we're gonna create a React functional component and we're gonna add it to our page.jsx. Let's close everything else. So here we're gonna have our input. So let's import that and put it here. So let's see what we get. Let's refresh the page. Okay, so we have the home and input. Let's assign the home section at the top. First thing first, I wanted here to have the maximum width of XL, and also I want to bring it to the center using MX Auto. So in this way, when we have a bigger screen, I want to have a maximum width here. Everything in the center, but I want to just, I'm going to fix it. So here in this, first in the div that, in the h2 tag, we want to make it bigger. We just say text large. In the SM size and above, I want to make the text X large. Let's make the font to be bold. So we should see the change, but okay. So auto save doesn't work for now, that's why. And then in the div that is covering the home, I want to have a padding in the y-axis of 2. We want to have a padding in the x-axis of 3. We want to make it sticky at the top, which means we want to keep it at the top. So we need to say top 0. I want to bring it to the, we want to set the z index to the highest. So it's going to be over everything else. And then we want to have the background white. We want to have a border button, bottom, with the color of gray 200. So as you can see here, we have this one. I'm going to complete it first because we don't have anything else. When we complete the input, we're going to have a bigger size things. So this is going to cover all of them. So for now, just wait for that. So after this one, let's complete the input section. For the input section, first thing first, I want to check if the person is not authenticated. If the person is not authenticated, I want to don't show this input section. So let's first make it client side because we need to have some interactivity. So we want to have the use session. Let's import the use session from this should be from next-auth / react. And then we need to get the data. So once we have the data, I want to just make a condition here. We just say if there is no session, we're going to just return null, nothing. So now we see the input, but if we log out, you can see we don't see it anymore. So it's just a null. So let's log in again. Okay, now we can see it. So let's complete it first. So after this, if anything else happened, we want to return. In this div. We want to have an image, which is the person's image. So the src is going to be session.user.image. So let's create the alternative and etc. So alternative is going to be user image or user img. Let's assign it to. So we're going to have a h of 11, height of 11, width of 11. And then we want to make it rounded full. After that, we're going to have cursor pointer. When we hover over it, I want to change the brightness to be 95%, like this. And then after the image, we want to have the text area. We want to have that icon and the button. So first, we want to have a div that is covering text area. So if you look at the final version, we have image on the left side. Then we have one div that is covering everything. After that, we're going to have the text area. After that, we're going to have another div that is covering these two. So in this div, we're going to have a text area. We don't need name for this text area. We just say we want to have a row of 2. We don't need any columns. We don't need ID. So with the placeholder of saying what's happening. Okay. And then after this text area, we're going to have a div that is covering the other things. We want to have the icon, which is the HI outline photograph. This one. Let's add that one here. This icon. And then after the icon, I want to have a button saying just post. So let's style this one real quick. So for the text area and everything else, so we want to set the width to be full. We want to have a border. So let's see what we get now. we want to divide these things. We just say divide Y. So we're going to have a border here. Then we want to have this, set the divide color to be gray. Now let's set it to be, for example, 200. Let's see. That's fine. And then for the text area, let's add some class name. I want to set the width to be full here. And then border to be none. When we click on it, actually, as you can see, we see some border that is outline. So we just say outline, none. Okay, that's gone. So after that, I think it's okay now. The placeholder color is fine. We can just set the tracking to be white. That is a space between the letters. And also the minimum height to be 50 pixels. After that, we're gonna have, is this one connected? Okay. And then we set the text to be gray 700. And we type, okay. And still you can see the image is here. So in this div that is covering both the image and the rest, we want to set it to display to flex to bring them next to each other. And then we want to have a border at the bottom. We want to set the border color to be gray, 200, padding of 3, and a space between the x-axis of 3. And also width to be full, so you can have a full size. So let's see what we get. I think that max width it's a bit small in this page. So let's keep continuing, and later I'm gonna fix everything if something else left. We're gonna keep continue for this button and etc. For the camera icon, we set the height to be 10, width to be 10. We want to have a padding of 2, and also let's make the text to be the color of sky. Let's set it to be 500. When we hover over it, I want to set the background color to be a sky 100. We set the rounded to be full. And finally, when we hover over it, we want to set the cursor to be pointer. So this one looks okay. For the button, let's make the background color to be blue 400, text to be white, padding in the x-axis of 4, and padding in the y-axis of 1.5. Let's make it rounded full. Font to be bold. Let's add a shadow of medium. And when we hover over it, we want to just change the brightness to be 95%. And when it is disabled, we want to set the opacity to 50%. For example, if you keep it now disable, you can see that it has a 50% opacity. Okay, so in the div that is covering both of them, we want to set the display to flex, items center, and justified between, and padding on the top of 2.5. I'm just wondering what is the problem of this is not full page. So this XL, let's make it 2XL. Let's remove it. It's not this one. So the input, let's check the layout.js. So in this children, let's make the width to be, for example, 2XL. And then we want to set the flex to be 1. So this is going to cover everything. I think this is going to fix it. Okay, now it's working. I think it's okay now. Okay, sometimes it's a bit big. Here. In this point, we want to have some border on the left and right. So we can just, in the input, we can just, or in the page.js, we can add some border on the left and right. So we just say border R, border L, and then we want to set the minimum height to be a screen like this. I think it's fine now. Okay, let's add this one to the GitHub. So here we want to just say add input component and update the home page. So we can commit and push. In the next section, what we want to do is to add Firebase configuration and make the upload functionality. So we want to, when we choose this icon, we want to choose an image from our computer and upload it to the Firebase. And also we want to have some restriction and rules that is going to prevent images from 2 megabyte and above to be uploaded. And also we don't want any other things like videos and other things to be uploaded. So we're going to add these kind of conditions as well. So see you in the next section for the upload functionality of our project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the input section in the homepage. In this section, we're going to work on the upload functionality. So if you look at the final version, let's refresh the page. We can just choose an image by clicking on that icon. Let me just get some image, for example, this image. Once we choose the image, it's going to start uploading the image without even touching anything else. We're going to use effect to have this ability. When we choose something, we're going to upload it. And once we can just click and choose another image or click on this one to remove it. All right, so the first thing we need to do is to go to Firebase and activate our account to have a storage in it. So we're just gonna go to Google and search for Firebase. We're gonna click on firebase.google.com. Let me choose my account. So here we just need to go to the console by clicking on this icon. And then here we're going to create a new project. As you can see, I have a lot of projects creating by Firebase. I never had any problem. I never paid anything so far to Firebase. It has a very big free tier. So let's choose a name for that. For example, we already have x-next from the one that we have created inside the Google Cloud Console here. So this one. You can choose the same name. So let's click on continue. So as you can see, it's asking me to choose some plan. If you're asking that one, don't choose the same name. You just choose another name. For example, I just say version 2. Even you put your billing, it's not a problem because they're not going to charge you because it has a long free tier. But if you don't have a bank card, you can just change the name and skip that one. All right, the project is ready. We can just click on continue. First thing first, we need to create an application. So we just click here on the web. We can create for Apple, Android, and web. We click on web. We create a nickname for that. I can just call it X Next version 2. We just click on register app. So now we need to install Firebase. We can just copy npm install Firebase. We go back to our Visual Studio code. Let me clear this and then paste it here. So once you install it, you need to create a file there and just add these credentials there. The file can be inside the src folder. So I'm gonna just copy this code, and then here inside the src folder, I'm going to create a new file called firebase.js. You can paste the code that we have copied. The only change we need to do is to export this app. We can export const app like this. So we can export it. And also we need to hide this API key using our environmental variable. I'm going to just copy this. Or let me just go to the environmental variable. I'll create a new variable first. The name is going to be next. You need to, because it's a public API, we need to add next public at the beginning. But the name is going to be Firebase. It can be anything, but we just say Firebase underline API underline key. And then this is going to be equal to this one. So I'm going to cut this and paste it here. And then I'm gonna copy this one. And here we just have to say process.env next_public Firebase_API_key. So now the file is ready. What we want to do here, we just go to the console again. Now we want to create a storage. So we just click on build and then we go to a storage. Here we're just going to click on get started. We can just start with the production mode because I want to change these rules just now. Just choose any location and press done. So this is going to create our bucket. All right, so everything is ready. Now we just need to go to the rules to change the rules because now nobody can have access to our storage based on the current rule. As you can see, allow read and write is false. So we're gonna change this one to be able to use it. We can allow everyone to read, but for write, I wanna add more rules. So after read, I wanna just say allow write clone if requests dot resource dot size. We want to set the size to be less than 2 megabyte. After we want to don't allow anyone to upload anything more than 2 megabytes. So I'm just gonna say 2 multiply by 100 and 24, which is 1 kilobyte, multiply by 124, another 1 kilobyte. Totally together is 1 megabyte and this is 2 megabyte. And also we want to add other things like type. We just say request.resource.content type dot matches. We just want to have the image. We just say image / dot star. So any image type can be available. And then also we can just publish this one. So once this one is published, we're going to have these rules. So what we want to do here is to go to our page.js and we want to go to the input component that we have created. Let's close these things. We don't need them. So inside the input.jsx, if you remember, we have that icon, the high outline icon. When we click on it, we want to choose an image. So it's very simple, actually. We want to add some input here with the type of file, but we want to keep this one hidden. And we want to have a reference to choose it. For example, we want to reference it to this ref. We just say image pick ref. We need to create it at the top. So image pick ref is going to be use ref, but it's going to be null at the beginning. So I'm going to import use ref from React. So, and also we want to have, so let me check now. So as you can see, we have this input here. So we can choose any files, but it can choose any types of file. If you can see now, I can choose even a video or anything else. So I want to just limit this one to accept only image. We can do it by adding accept image /star. So now if you choose, we cannot choose any other files, only the images. So, and also when we do any changes here, we want to call a function. For example, I want to call it add image to post. We need to create the function at the top. So let's create that function so we don't get an error. So we have just created that function, but I want to make this input hidden. When I click on this icon, I want to choose this. So it's very simple to do that. We need to just go to this image, this icon here, and we add an onClick event listener. So when we click on it, we want to choose that image pick ref. We need to just say image pick ref dot current dot click. So now when I click on it, I'm gonna choose a file. So let's make this one hidden. So it's very ugly here. So we just add hidden. That's it. So once we choose the image, we want to upload it. Okay, we want to be able to upload it. First, in the function that we have created that add image to post, I want to choose the file that we choose. For example, if I choose this file, I want to be able to understand the file to get the information and to be able to convert it to something else, to an image URL. And I want to show the image here as a preview. So first, we do this part. So in the function that we have created, let's get the file. We got this E. So this E, we can get the file from there. It's going to be e.target.files. But as we want to choose only one file, we just choose the first one. And then we want to create, we just say if the file exists, if there is a file, we want to just create some piece of state here. The first one is the image file URL, and this is going to be null at the beginning. This is the file URL. Another one is the selected file. So what I mean by that, why I have put two of them, because when we choose the file, it gives us just a file, which is going to be this one. But I want to we want to show it using an image tag. In order to show using an image tag, we need to convert it to a URL. So we need both of them. So if the file exists, I want to set that selected file first to that file. So this is the file, but we want to convert it to URL as well. So we just say set image file URL. We can convert it using this method, create object URL. We just say URL dot create object URL, and we pass this one. So I can console log and show the difference. So console log the file, which is the selected file. And also let's console log. So let me show you first this one. We need to import user state. Okay, so let's open the console. So let's choose an image, for example, this one. As you can see, this one is the file. As you can see, it's a file and doesn't have any URL. We cannot show this one. It just show you some information like the name of the file, size, and etc. But there is no URL hidden here. But if you console log the image file URL, let's console log outside this one, under this. Let's use this, for example, this image. As you can see, now we got some sort of URL, but it's a local URL. It's not uploaded in anywhere like Firebase, but still we can use it. You can show it. You cannot use it like this. You just need to use an image tag to show it. So let me just add the image tag. We want to add the image tag just under the text area. So we want to just say, if there is a selected file, then add an image tag, img. The source is going to be image file URL. We just say alternative image. We set the, we can just, I want to make it full, width full. We set the maximum height to be 250 pixels. Let's make the object cover should be nice. We keep the aspect ratio and we set the cursor to be pointer. So that's the image. Let's close this. So now if I choose an image, you should see the preview here. Okay, any image I choose, you see the preview here. But this is just a locally URL you can see. We want to upload this image to the Firebase to get the real like a real URL that anybody else can see, not only the user that is using our website. So in our code here, I'm just gonna make add a use effect here, React hook. So let's add it at the top. Add a use effect. You need to import it from React. So the use effect is going to say if there is a selected file, just upload it. Just call another function. So we can just, for example, we just call another function, just say upload image to a storage. And close this. And we want to call this use effect anytime there is a selected file. So let's create this function too, so we don't get an error. Okay. So here we want to upload that image. Let's close this one so we can have more space. So what we want to do here, first thing first, I want to add some loading effect. So let's add a piece of state for the loading effect. We just add that piece of state. We can just call it image file uploading. It's going to be false at the beginning. So here in the function, first thing first, we set that image file upload to true. Then what we want to add is we want to set the storage. Const storage is going to be equal to get storage. We need to import get storage from Firebase, and we need to pass our application. What I mean by application is this one. In Firebase.js, we have exported this app. In order to be able to connect with the storage, we need to pass our credentials. So the Firebase knows who is connecting with them. So we need to pass this app. So here, first thing first, I want to import that app. So we just say import app from Firebase. And also I want to import get storage. What else we need to actually use is we want to get the get storage. We want to get the ref, upload bytes resumable, and also we want to use the get download URL. All of this one we have to import from Firebase storage, and then now we just go here. So we got the storage. The storage ref is going to be first thing first. Let me make the file name. Remember when we console log the selected file, we have the file name there. The file name is going to be selected file.name. Then the storage ref is going to be that ref that we have imported. We pass the storage and the file name. But the file name should be unique, because if I upload the same file with the same name, this is going to be a problem in the storage, because the file name is the same and this is going to make a problem. So in order to avoid that, we can just get the date of the computer, the browser. We just say new date, we get the time, and the time is always, because it's always changing, it's going to be unique. And we can just add a dash here to connect them. And also, so the file name is here. After the storage, we want to have that upload task. We want to upload it using the method upload bytes resumable. We pass the storage ref, and also we want to pass the file, which is selected file. And the next step, we want to use that upload task that we have created. We just say if it's on, when it's uploading, just follow the state changes, get the snapshot, and then the progress is going to be, because we want to have the progress, we know that it is uploading or not. So snapshot that bytes transfer means how much bytes already transferred over the total byte multiplied to 100 is going to be the progress. So we can console log upload is progress, for example, 50%, 20%, and etc. So after this, we can get the error, any possible error we can get. So the error, we can console log the error, and after that we can get the, so if there is an error, I want to actually set the file uploading to false, set the image file URL to null, and select file to null as well. And also at the end, we want to get the URL. So we can use the get download URL method based on the snapshot ref. We want to get the download URL and set the file URL to that download URL. And also we want to set the loading effect to false. So let's complete this. Okay, so let's see. This is the upload test. So let's try to get something here. We have a lot of console log. Now let me clear these console logs first. So we don't need this console log. I think some other places we have console log. Okay, that's fine. So let's choose the image. For example, this image, as you can see, the file name is twitter-car. When I choose it, this is uploading. As you can see, as soon as I choose it, because of that use effect, it is uploading. So I think the upload is already done. Let's check the storage in the as you can see, it's already uploaded. This is the date. Remember, we got the time dash the name of the file. And also this is the URL that is already created. So this is the URL we can share with others so they can use the same URL to see the image. Let's try to do another one. For example, this image. This is the final version, not here. Should be here. Okay, let's choose another image. So as you can see, this file is bigger and it's uploading. And it's already uploaded. You can see. Let's try to get some error. So as you can see, we didn't get any error because the files were less than 2 megabytes and there was no problem. But what if we have some like, we can just change the file to all files, and instead of an image, let's upload some other things. For example, I have some subtitle here. I can choose. So let's choose this one. As you can see, we got some error here. File storage, user does not have permission to access, because this file was kind of not image. So we got an error. So we are handling the error as well. All right, that was it for the storage section. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So we can choose all the files here. And the message is going to be add Firebase storage. Add Firebase storage and complete file upload functionality. And we can just commit and push. So in the next section, after the uploading, we want to upload the post as well. So we want to be able to get the information from this text, from the text area, the image together, and both of them together, we want to add to Firebase database instead of the storage. So in the next section, we're going to work on that one. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the upload image functionality of our project. In this section, we're going to work on capturing the data from the other inputs like this text area, and also combine them together and add them inside our Firebase Firestore. So first we go to the Firebase and add our Firestore as well. So we need to just add the Firestore database. As you can see, we have that xnext version 2. Always check your project name to be sure about that. And also when you see I get some error, this project is set to use Cloud Firestore, because we have that Fire console cloud, we are getting this one. If you just click on this one, so we go there, we can just click on this default, and we need to switch to the native mode. When we click on that, this is going to apply our Firestore here. So we got it. We close this, we refresh this page. I think now we can use our Cloud Firestore. For the rules, we can just allow read and write. For these projects, we can just remove this if false. We can just publish it. And now we can just go back to our Visual Studio Code. First thing first, we want to actually add an event listener to this input. So it's very simple. We just need to go to our text area inside the input. We go down. Here is the text area. So we just add, first thing first, I want to actually add a piece of state to track that. So here we create a piece of state called text, and we set it to be empty at the beginning. And also we need to add some loading effect too. So we can just call it loading effect, or we just say post loading, and we make it false. So once we did that, we go down to the text area again, and here we just set the value to be that text, and also we set an unchanged event listener, which is going to set the text to be e.target.value. So now we are capturing the data from the text area, and also we have the image. So when we click on this button, we want to submit the post. So inside this button, first thing first, I want to disable it when these conditions are happening. First, when there is no text. So we're going to trim the text. Trim the text means if we have some text, for example, starting by only a space, we're gonna remove that space. So if the person only put a space, we're gonna trim that. Or if it's empty, so this text that trim is equal empty, or there is no, we need to add one more. So we're gonna add or instead of that. If there is post loading, or if we are uploading the image, so image file uploading as well. So we need to add another or here. So we're gonna be, this is going to be disabled if these things are happening. And then when everything is fine, we have text, we don't have loading effect, we're gonna submit it. So we're gonna add an on-click event listener, which is going to call a function called handle, for example, submit. And we're gonna create that one at the top. So we're gonna create that function. This is going to be an asynchronous function because we wanna wait for the result to be here. And first thing first, we wanna set the post loading to true. And then we wanna create a doc reference, which is going to be equal to add doc method. We need to import it from Firebase, Firestore. Let me import it at the top. So we need to have add doc. We need to have collection, and also we want to save the time of adding this. So we just say server timestamp as well. So, and this is all coming from Firebase /Firestore. So we're gonna use add doc, and then we're gonna check the collection. We wanna check the DB, the database name. The database information, and also the everything that has, we want to save it inside a collection name posts. So the things we want to save is these things. We want to save the username, which is the session.user, the username, if you remember that. We want to save the text, as we have both of them with the same name. We can remove one of them, that's fine. We want to save the profile image. We just say profile image of the user, which is session.user.image, and I think that's enough. We don't need even actually this UID. I'm not sure. Let's actually save it. It's fine. So we're gonna save the UID. Let's see what else we can save. So profile image. Let's save the profile image as well. Session.user. Oh, we already added actually. So what else? Let's save the name of the user. So we just say name is equal to session.user.name. Okay, so we save everything here. Now we don't have this DB. We want to get that DB. We have this app. We can get that DB from this app. So we just need to we just say const DB equals to get Firestore, which is coming from Firestore /Firestore, Firebase /Firestore, and then we're going to pass this app. So let's see if we are getting any error. So let's refresh the page. So we didn't close these parentheses probably. Let's close them. Okay, so we have done with this part. Okay, let's close this. I think it's fine now. Or after this one is completed, we want to set the post loading to false, and also set the text to be empty, set the image file URL to null, and also selected file to null as well. So we want to remove the image from there. Okay, so everything is fine now. Let's see what we can do. So here I'm just say new posts. Let's add an image. For example, this one. Okay, seems like it's not uploading the image. It's already uploaded. So now we can post it. If you remember, if there is no text, we cannot put, as you can see, this is disabled. Okay, new post. We have the image. Let's click on post. Okay, we didn't get any error, and also the image is gone, so it has a good sign. We can just go to the data here inside our cloud Firestore. So as you can see, we have a collection with the name posts, and this is our first post with the text new post. We have saved the profile image. Okay, we didn't save the image actually. Let's see. We have saved the profile image. We also need to save the image, which is image file URL. Sorry about that. So let's try again. second post. Let's add the image. But we don't get this loading effect on the image. So that's concerning me. So we need to add some loading effect on the image as well. So this is the image we have. I want to add some effects here. I just want to make this one dynamic. Okay. And then here, I want to add something else. I just want to say if there is an image file uploading, then we can have an opacity, or we can add some pulse effect. Let me see, animate pulse. If there is no loading, we just remove that. Okay, so I think this one should be at this end. Okay, now, okay, this one should be inside this here. Okay, now it's fine, I think. So let's try again. Third post, image. Okay, I want to see this effect. Yeah, that's the effect. Okay, when it's completed, the effect is gone. We can post. So let's post it. So now we should have two posts, and the second one has the image, name, profile image, text, which is third post, timestamp, UID, and everything we need later to use. All right, that's it for uploading the document to our Firebase Firestore. In the next section, we're going to work on showing it inside the feed section. So we have already uploaded the image. We have already saved the post. Now we can show it inside the home page. So let's add this one to the GitHub so we can just add everything. Let's see what we get. Suggestion from GitHub Copilot. Add image, upload functionality. No. So, okay, let's try ourselves. So we just say add, upload, post functionality to the Firestore. Okay, we can just commit and push. So see the next section for showing the post inside the feed section. All right, welcome back. In this section, we're going to create that post, and we're going to show the post here inside the feed section. So the first thing we need to do is to create another component for the feed. So I just want to call it feed.jsx. So here we just create a React functional component first, and then we want to add this one to the page.js. So this is our homepage. After the input, we want to add that feed. So we just say feed here. So let's see what we get. Okay, we have this feed here. So we want to get the data from our Firebase in this feed.jsx. So we want to get it in the server side because we want the search engines actually have the data like this caption or this image in the server side and send it to the client side. So the search engines like Google can index this page based on this information. If we make them client side, so the search engine only see some div that React provides and they don't see any information, and the information comes after the page is completely loaded. So we want to make this one server side. So in order to make a server side component, we can just simply change this export default to this function to asynchronous. In this way, we're going to have a synchronous, we're going to have a server side. So what we need here we need to import collection. We need to add get docs, get Firestore, and we need to order it. I want to order based on the timestamp, so I just get the order by and query from Firebase Firestore. And we want to get the application because we want to actually get the data. So we need to get the application that we have exported inside the Firebase.js. So we're going to import that. And finally here, we want to get the DB. So the DB is going to be equal to get Firestore app. And then we want to create the query. So the query is going to be equal to query collection. We have this database. The name of our data, the collection is post. We want to sort it by timestamp, and we want to make it descending, which means whatever is created first, whatever is created last is going to be first in the list. So this is going to be the new post. So if you put a new post, it comes first. So this is a descending. Then we want to have the query snapshot, which is going to use the getDocs method. We pass this queue. Then we want to have a variable. First, we make it to be empty array, and then we're going to fill it up with this snapshot. We want to loop through it using for each, get each document. Then we want to push to each document. We want to push two things. What's going on? First, we want to pass the ID, which is doc.id, and also we want to pass any other data, which is data.doc.data. Okay, let's close this. And then we want to, first, let's console log data. So we are missing something. Okay, let me close this parenthesis here. Okay, if we console log, we should see the console log inside here because this is a server side. So we should see it here instead of browser. We are getting an error now. Let's see what we get. What is our error? Order by is not a function. So, okay, order by is actually, it should be like this, camel case. Okay, now we have the feed. Okay, now we are getting the data, as you can see, inside the console, inside the terminal, because this is the server side. We don't get it inside the browser, this console log. As you can see, we get everything we need, like the all the information, 1, 2, 3, 4 posts that we have created before. Okay, so now we want to show it inside this feed. So let's delete the console log, and I don't want to show it here completely because I want a separate component. So I'm going to create another component called post.js. So just call it post.jsx. Let's create a React functional component. And then here, I want to use that component. We want to loop through everything and then show it here. So we want to get that data. We want to map through it, get each post, and then we want to pass it to that post component. You need to import it. The key is going to be post.id, which is a unique ID. And then we're going to pass the post. And also we want to pass the ID as well, which is post.id. Let's close this. Okay. Let's see what we get. Okay, we got 2 posts. So let's write down something and other things. Hi. Let's refresh the page. Okay, now we get 3 posts. So it's working. So we need to just now style this post.jsx and see everything we have here. Another thing actually we need to do is, as you can see, if I add a new post, I need to refresh the page because the server side usually cache the data in the front end. You cannot see it in real time. In order to see it in real time, when we post something new, we need to refresh the page after everything is successful. So we can simply here add location.reload. Okay. So if you add something and other things, for example, hello, we post it. As you can see, now we have the new, okay, we refresh the page as well. Okay, so that was for this part. Let's go back to post.jsx and finish the styling here. So what we want to do here, we have this div here. We want to have the user image. If we look at the final version, we have the user image on the left side. Then we have one div that is covering everything. This div includes the name, the username, the text, the caption, and also the image. We're going to create these icons later because they are not server side, they are in client side because we have to interact with them. So first thing first, let's create these parts. So inside this div, we're going to have an image first on the left side. So the image tag, the source is going to be, first thing first, we want to get the information here, which is post and also the ID. So the source is going to be here, post, if there is a post, we want to just protect it here. We just say profile img. Alternative is going to be user image. Let's see what we get. Okay, we get the image. That's fine. Let's bring this one to the right side. See some changes in real time. After the image, we're going to have the right side. So it's going to be a div. And also we want to make it flex 1 because we want to cover everything. And also in this div, we want to make it flex with the padding of 3. Let's make a border bottom. And we make the color of the border gray. Let's make it 200. Okay. So inside this div, on the right side, we're gonna have another div for the yes, like username and etc. So we're gonna make this div. We have one div on the left side for the username, and then on the right side we have an icon. So here we're gonna have an h4 with the post.name. Then we have an span. That is, we need to add an @ sign here, and this is going to be post.username. Okay. And on the right side, we want to have an icon. Let's import that icon. So the icon we want to use is high.horizontal from React icons. Let's add it here after this div. We just want to make this text to be small. You can see the icon here. So let's style this one. So that is the div that is covering everything. We want to make it flex, item center, and we want to push them on the side. So we're going to say justify between. And then here, we want to make the flex, item center, add a space between them using a space x1, or you can use gap 1. And also I want to use a white space, no wrap, to prevent an extra things. And also if some people, they have a long name, we want to style here. First, we want to make it bold. We make the text to be x small. And also we want to truncate it. If someone has a long name, we want to make it shorter. And then the username, we make the text to be x small and make the truncate, add the truncate here. Okay. For the image, let's style the image. We add the height to be 11, width to be 11. So, and then we want to have the rounded full. And also we want to have a margin on the right side of 4. Okay. So everything is good so far. After this one, we're going to create the image and the caption. But when we click on the image or the caption, I want to go to another page. So I want to create a link tag, and inside that, I want to have that things. So after this, let's add a link tag, which is coming from next/link. This is going to go to the this address, posts/id. Let's close this. I need this one 2 times, actually. Let me copy this. So first one is for the text. Okay, we show the text, but let's make a paragraph here. So post.text. And finally, we have the image here. So which is a post.image. Alternative is post image. Let's add some styling like rounded 2 pixel and margin on the right size of 2. We can add cursor pointer as well. So this is that. We don't need actually cursor pointer because we are using the link tag. It's already have that cursor pointer. For this text, let's make the text to be gray 800, text to be small, and margin the y-axis of 3. So let's see why we don't get this image. So it should be post.image. Let's see. In the database, we get image here. That's fine. Some of them, they don't have image. Oh, okay. They didn't have image, actually, some of them. Because we didn't upload the image. So instead of just creating that alternative, we can remove that alternative. So we don't see that alternative. Because some posts, they don't have image. That's fine. So now let's actually create a new one, new post, add an image. For example, this image. Let's post this. So as you can see, the new posts come at the beginning. All right, so that was it for actually uploading the post and show it to the feed section. So in the following section, we're going to work on these icons here and add some other functionalities like adding comments, likes, and etc. So let's add this one to the GitHub now. So the message for this one is going to be add feed component and update the home page. So we can just commit and push. So see in the next section for more functionalities in our project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the feed section, showing the text and the image. In this section, we're going to work on adding more functionalities like icons and etc. Just before starting this section, I've noticed that this sidebar is not sticky. It's moving while we are going down. So let's fix this one before moving to the next section. So we just need to go to the layout.js, the div that is covering that sidebar. I want to add sticky, and we just set it to be top 0. Okay, as you can see now, it's not moving. And also when we hover over the post, I want to have some background color. So inside the post.jsx, the div that is covering everything, when we hover over it, we want to have a background color of gray 50, like this one. And let's make this text a little bit different. I want to just go to that text here. I think it's okay. The text is small, margin wide. It looks fine. So now let's add these icons. So as the icons, we need to click on these icons so they cannot be on the server side. So we want to create a separate component for them to make them serve client side. So I'm just going to create a new component called icons.jsx. So let's create a React functional component, and just at the top, I want to add the use client. And then the icons I want to use here is HI, which stands for hero icons, outline, chat. This one. The next one is HI, outline, heart. Then we have HI, outline, trash. We want to add this icon to the post.jsx. So just after this link that has the image, we want to add that icons. Let's import it and let's complete it. So it's going to be 3 icons in the middle of this div. So HI outline chat, the first one. Let's add a class name. We want to have the height of 8, weight of 8. We want to have cursor pointer, rounded full. And when we hover over it, we want to have some transition. Transition with a duration of 500. And ease in out effect. Let's add a padding of 2. And also we want to, when we hover over it, I want to have the text color to be a sky 500. Also background to be a sky 100. So let's see what we get. Okay, now we have this icon. So when we hover over it, I think the ease in out effect is a bit slow, but that's okay. So we want to have the same things for the heart and the other icons. So we're going to copy this 2 more times. The next one is the heart icon. The heart icon is the difference is we just need to change the background color to red 100 instead of a sky. And when we hover over it, text to be read. Let's see. Okay, that's fine. And then the last one is the trash icon. Trash is going to be the same, red for instead of sky. Okay, let's bring them to the right side. What I want to do here, I want to bring them next to each other. So here we're gonna say display flex and then justify a start. But I want to have a gap of 5 between them. Let's add a padding of 2 and let's make the text to be gray 500. I think it's okay now. I think that's enough for this section. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So this is going to be add icons component and update the I think add the icons component to the post component. So in the next section, we're going to work on the like functionality first. That's the easiest one. After the like, we're going to work on the delete. And after that, we're going to work on the most difficult one, which is adding the comment, because we need to add some extra things before that. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have added these icons. In this section, we're going to work on the like functionality. But before going to that section, I noticed that this name is a bit big and the final version was smaller. So let's bring this one to the right side. And then we're going to bring the code on the left side. So I think it was inside the post name. That was SM, not SX. I think. No, it's fine. Okay, let's work on the like functionality. So in order to understand which icon, which post is being liked, we need to have the ID of the post. So here, when we pass this icon, I want to add the ID as well, which is equal to this ID. We are getting this ID here, from here. So now we have this ID. So what we want to do first, we want to add an onClick event listener to this heart. So when we click on it, we want to call a function. So we just want to call a function called like_post. Now let's create this function here. And this function is going to be asynchronous because we need to actually wait for the response. So let's close this. First, we want to ensure that the person is authenticated. So we need to get the session. So we just import use session from next-auth/react. And then here we're going to get the data and then we call it session. And then here we just say if there is a session, like it. Otherwise, just go to the sign in page. We just say sign in and then we just import it from next-auth. And we need to call this one, I think. So if the session exists, I want to like the post. So it's going to be await setDoc method, which is coming from Firebase Firestore. And then we're going to pass the doc, which is coming from Firebase Firestore as well. And then we want to pass the DB. In order to have the DB, we need to import app from Firebase. And then we're going to initialize it here. We just say DB is equal to get store Firestore app. And then this one is coming from Firebase Firestore. So here we're going to pass the DB and then the collection name, which is post, and then the ID of the post. And then we want to call the new collection likes. What we want to add here is the user ID, which is coming from session. If the person is authenticated, it's going to be inside the session.user.uid. And then also we want to pass we don't need to pass anything, or we can just pass the UID. Or we just send the username as well here. So it should be like this. We can add timestamp too. We need to import timestamp. Let's close this. Let's try. So in this post, I want to like it. So when we click, we are getting an error first. DB is not defined. So where is it? DB is not defined. ID is not defined. We need to get the ID here. Okay, let's try again. Okay, we didn't get any error. Let's check. So where was the post? It was here. The post was the new post. And now we have a new collection called likes, which has this ID, which is the user ID. And then we have the username and timestamp. But what if the person is already liked it before? So we want to remove the like. So here we want to create a piece of state first called is liked. And first we want to make it false. And we want to fetch the data and see if the person is already liked it or not. So we're going to use effect from React to get the likes. So we just say on snapshot from Firestore. So inside the document, DB, we want to pass the DB post ID, and then we want to get the likes. And this is going to give us the snapshot. And then we want to set isLike to snapshot.docs. Let's close this. And then anytime the DB change, we want to call this. I think here instead of doc, because it's a collection, we need to add collection actually here. Collection DB post ID. Here we need to close the parentheses. And then we get the snapshot, set likes, and everything is fine. So now we have is liked. We want to know it is true or false. Based on this true or false, we want to actually this is not is likes because we are getting the likes, all the likes. So let's actually create another piece of state called likes, and we make it empty from the beginning, and then we set this likes to this one. So we get all the likes. And then we want to check if the person is inside that set of array. So we pass another use effect, and then we want to check, we want to set the liked. We want to check inside the likes, use the find index method. So we want to check each like, and then we check if the like is equal to the session.user.uid. And if it's not equal to -1, it means the person is already inside the array. So let me close this, and then I'm going to explain it. So this is going to be likes. Okay, so we have an array. For example, we have different people, 1, 2, each of them, they have different ID. So this is going to check each of them and gives us the index. So this one, it has the index of 0. This one is 1, 2, 3. But if it's any number except -1, -1 is outside. It means there is no person here with the same ID. So -1 is outside. It can be -1, -2, or anything, but it shouldn't be 0 to higher. Okay, so now we know that the person is liked the post or not. And then here we want to create a condition. We say if is liked is true, we want to have this. Otherwise, we want to have something else. So if it's liked, we want to see the heart with the field. So let me copy this. And also this one, we put it here. But the heart, another heart that we can get, the icon, is called high heart. So without outline, so it's filled. So we want to use that one if it is liked already. And let's see. Use effect is not defined, so we're going to import use effect. Use the state. Okay. So if this one has liked, so I'm going to like it. Now we have that filled one. You can see. If I now I cannot remove the like because actually we didn't apply the functionality, so we can remove the like. So, but anytime I like something, I change the icon. So I want to change the icon, and also I want to make it red as well. So let's make this one text. red, for example, 600. Okay, now it's red. But let's remove it when we click on it. So I want to have, so we have another like post here, hi. But if it's already liked, I want to remove the like. So here we just create a condition. We just say if is liked, we want to remove the like. So we just say await. This time I want to delete doc, which is coming from Firebase Firestore. And we pass the doc db post id. We go inside the likes, and then we remove this uid. So here, let's close this. And otherwise, we want to add the like, which is this one. So when I click now, I remove the like. Here, I can add it now too. It's working nicely. The other things I want to do, I want to show the number of likes. First, I want to put a div that is covering both of these icons. So I'm going to put everything inside this div. And outside this here, I want to say if the likes are more than 0, then show the number of likes like this. Okay. Now we have one like here. We see the one here, one. And then let's just bring them next to each other. We just say class name, flex, item center. So they are now next to each other. I want to make the size of this a little bit smaller. Let's make this one a small. I think X is small is better. Okay. And also I want to make it red as well when we hover over it. So let's add a class name. It has a class name already. So we can just create a condition here. You need to add a backtick instead. And then we add a $sign to create a variable here. And then here we just say if the is like is if there is like is true, then make the text to be red 600. That's 600. Okay. So now we have this one. So let's like this one with another person. Let's sign out. I'm gonna log in with another person, like this account. And then I want to add another like. So as you can see now we have 2 likes here. So it's working. So let's check the console if we get any error. No, it's fine. All right, so that was it for the like functionality. Let's add it to the GitHub. Let's see what we get from GitHub Copilot to handle likes and user session. We can accept that one. Okay, so we can commit and push. In the next section, we're going to work on the delete functionality. So when we click on this trash icon, we want to delete, and we have to be able only delete our own post, not anyone else. So see in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the like functionality for our post. In this section, we're going to work on the delete functionality. So it's very actually simple. We just need to add an event listener to this icon. When we click on it, based on the ID of the user and also the ID that created this post, we want to delete it. So only the person who created the post can delete it. So we need to create a condition to show only this trash icon when the person is the owner of the post. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code and we go here in the trash icon. So we want to add an event listener to this trash icon. It's very simple. We just need to add an onClick event listener, which is going to call a function called handle delete, or we can just call it deletePost. That's it. And then we can just create this function here. This is going to be asynchronous because we need to wait for the response. So we create this function. First thing first, we want to be sure that person is authenticated. So first we want to add a window confirmation. So we just say window confirm, and then we just say, are you sure you want to delete this post? And if the person pressed OK, we want to delete the post. So here we can just add await, use delete doc. We need to import that. I think we don't need actually await for delete doc. It's already built, has a built-in await. So we just add doc, and then we need to pass the DB post, the collection name, and also the ID of the post we want to delete. Okay, let's and then once this one happen, then we want to have some, for example, console log documents successfully deleted, and also we want to refresh the page because we want to see the new result as we are using server side. So we just say window.location.reload. The other things I want to add, I want to cache the error. So if an error happens, we want to console log error. Let's close this. Let's try this. Let's open the console. So I'm not this person's owner of this post, but I'm now able to delete it. So let's first test the delete functionality, and then I want to just let the owner to delete it. We want to add that functionality later. So let's try this one first. So we get the confirmation message. We press OK. So we didn't get any error. The page is reload and the post is gone. So it's working. So let's add that confirmation. We need to have that person's UID to be able to check that. So when we are passing these icons here, we get here the ID. We want to get the UID as well. So the post, we get the ID. We want to get the UID, which we can get from here. We have this post, and inside the post, we have saved the person's ID. We just say post.uid. And then here, we're going to get that UID. After that, we want to check. So we create a condition. We just say, if the session.user.uid is equal to that UID that we got now as a prop, then we want to delete it. We want to see this icon actually. So let's close this and bring this icon there. Okay. Now we don't see the delete icon for this person. Let's create a post. For example, just say hello. So now I've created a post. I'm the owner of this post, so I can see this trash icon. So I can delete it. But I'm not able to delete other people's. But this is not completely safe. Somebody can do it by just creating this manually on the browser. So we can just make some other prevention. For example, here, we can add another condition. We just say if the session ID is equal to this one, and then do the delete. So here, I want to bring this one here. And otherwise, we want to send an error, for example, an alert. You are not authorized to delete this post. That's fine. So this is a 2 times protection for our posts. Okay, let's try everything and be sure everything is working. So I'm just going to sign out, test. Let's create a post first. Hello. And then, so let's sign out. We see what we can see that trash icon. No, we don't see the trash icon. We cannot even like. If you like, we go to the sign in page. So it's working. Okay, so that was it for the delete functionality. Let's add this one to the GitHub. We get a message here from GitHub Copilot. Update delete post function in icons component to handle post deletion. That's fine. You can commit and push. So in the next section, we're going to work on the comment functionality. But before starting that, we need to add other things. We look at the final version, you see when we click on this place, we're gonna see a pop-up window, and we can reply here. And this pop-up window is not inside this post component, it's somewhere else. So in order to have access to the post ID in different places, we need to add a global state. So we're gonna use recoil to create the global state, and have access to the user ID and the post ID in different places to be able to leave a comment here or inside the post page. So see in the next section for applying an installation of recoil. All right, in the last section, we have completed the delete functionality for the post. In this section, we're going to add the comment functionality. In order to do that, we need to add some global state for first thing first. We want to be sure that we know that this comment, this modal is open or not, like here. So the first global state is open, close. So the state management we want to use is recoil. It's very simple to do, to use it, and it's just needs installation and add some piece of state. So I'm going to show you how to do it very simply. So we just need to install a package called recoil. You see it's very small package. Once it's installed, we need to create something called atom. Atom is kind of piece of state. So the place we can create the atom is inside the src folder. We just create a folder called atom. And then the first atom we want to create is the modal atom. We just created camel case modal atom.js. So first thing first, we want to import atom from recoil. Atom, I said it's a piece of state. And we want to export a constant called modal state. So this is the state for the modal, and we use this atom to create it. It's going to have two things. One is the key, is the name of this, which is a modal state, and then the default value is going to be false. So we want our modal to be close. So default is going to be false. That's it. That is all you need to do for adding a piece of state using recoil. But we need to have this recoil in all our applications. So we need to wrap our application using this. Remember, we had the session provider before here. Now we need to wrap this one with the recoil as well. So here we just import recoil because we want to use the piece of state in all application. Recoil root. We need to import this. And then here, I want to add it. Recoil root. Let's close it and put the children inside this recoil root. That's it. That's the only things we need to do. Now we can have access to that piece of state that we have here in anywhere we want. For example, I just want to create a component here called CommentModal.jsx. Let's create a React functional component. So as we need to have some hooks here. First thing first, we need to create this one, use client. Then we want to import use recoil state, this one. Once you import that, we can also import this modal state that we have created. Here we have exported it, so we can have access to it somewhere else. So modal state from atom modal state. Then we want to create a piece of state here. For example, we call it open, set open, and then we want to use, instead of use state, which is a local state, we want to use a global state, which is our recoil. Use recoil state, and we want to pass the initial value, which is coming from our atom, which is our kind of, we can say, a store. Okay, so here we get this initial state. So let's show it here. For example, here inside this div, I want to just have a h1 tag. For example, we just say CommentModal. And then here, I want to just say if it's open is true, then have an h1 tag saying the modal is open. So let's test this one. So we need to add this component somewhere that is accessible in everywhere. So we can just use it inside the layout.js because layout.js is common everywhere in our application. So we can use it there. So what we want to do, we can add it just at the end inside the body. We just add the CommentModal. Okay, let's see what we get. I think now if you scroll, okay, if you scroll all the way down, you can see the comment modal, which we get from here. This is comment. We don't need to open or close. So we have this comment modal. So we have this one in all pages. Even you go to the post page, you will see the same thing, comment modal. Now we want to see that open and close when we click on any of these comment icons. So we go to the icons.jsx and add that, which is here. If you remember, we had this chat icon. So here even we can just import that piece of state. Remember, we had a global state called open and set open. We use that use recoil state, and initial state was modal state. So we need to import both of these, modal state and also that use recoil. So now we want to set this open from false to true when we click on this chat icon. So here we just add an onClick event listener, which is going to set the open. We don't want to set it only to true. We want to make it like if it's open, we want to close. If it's closed, we want to open it. So we just add that opposite of open here. So let's try to see what we get. See if we are getting any error. No, there's no error here. So if you remember, we had this one here. Let's try to click here. Now, if you go down, see the modal is open. If I click again, it's gone. So it's working. Actually, we are controlling something that is not here. This component is in somewhere else. Without passing any props, we are controlling a piece of state, which is a global state. So that was the purpose of using recoil. I think that's it for this section. In the following section, we're going to complete the modal by installing a react-modal. But now, for now, we just let's add this one to the GitHub. Let's add everything. Let's see what we get for the suggestion. Update packages. This is not good. We just say install and implement recoil. Okay, so we can commit and push. So in the next section, we're going to work on installing the react-modal. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have installed recoil and we have added this just normal component for the comment section. In this section, we're going to complete this component, adding a modal using react-modal component. So first thing first, when we click on this icon, I don't want to just open this, showing this, the modal is open. I want to pass the post ID. Firstly, we need to pass the post ID to be able to identify which post we are going to add the comment. So we need to add another variable inside the atom. If you remember, we had added the modal atom here with the modal state, which was for opening or closing the state. Another one we need to add is for the ID of the post. So we need to export another constant for post ID state. We're going to use this atom again. The key is going to be post ID state, and the initial value is going to be an empty string. Let's close this. So now when we click on the icons, the comment icon, this chat icon, instead of just setting the open to the opposite of the open, we want to pass the ID as well. So we want to add the ID here too. So I'm going to complete this one here. Let's just open here. We just say first thing first, if there is no session, we want to redirect the person to the signing page. That's one thing. Another thing, if the person is authenticated, we want to set the open to the opposite of the open, as well as set the post ID. Post ID. I think we call it, post ID. That's fine, but we need to just import it. So we want to set this one to the ID of the post, which is ID coming from here. Okay. So we need to just import it. So we're going to import this post ID state as well. And then we want to create a piece of state for that post ID. We just say post ID, set post ID, use recoil state, and the initial value is going to be an empty string, which is coming from here, the default value. So let's test this one by just going to the CommentModal. If you remember, we just open or close it. Now we want to get the ID as well. So here, I want to get the post ID using the use recoil post. And then we want to import this post ID state. And then let's just add it here. Open. And then we just set it, the post ID here. Post ID. Okay, let's see what we get. So we have a CommentModal. Let's open this. Okay, now we get the post ID of this post. If you try the other post like this one, it should be different. Like it's TL. This one is EP. TL. Okay. So now we are passing correctly the ID of each post. So based on this ID, we want to add a comment. We want to add the comment to the same post. So let's just first complete the modal. Let me show you in the final version. So here we have a modal with the icon, a cross icon for closing the modal. Then we have the user that is created the that comment with the comment, the user name and username. So, and then here we want to leave a post or reply. Well, here we have to see the picture of the person who is leaving the comment. For example, here we have this person who just created this comment. We can see the name, we can see the username, and here we see the image of the person who is leaving the comment. So, and then we're going to have a button for leaving the comment, but we need to keep it disabled until we type something here. Okay, so let's, in order to have this modal, we need to install a package called react-modal. So I'm going to install the package. So the package is called react-modal. Once you install it, we can just import it inside our CommentModal. At the top, we can just import modal from react-modal. That's it. We need some icons as well. As I mentioned, we need an X icon, which is HIX from React icons /hi. Also, we need to have a session to have the data of the user who is authenticated. So we just import use session from next-auth /react. We need to initialize it to get the session. So now let's create it. Let's bring this one to the left side and our final version to the right side so we can see the changes. Let's close this. So let me delete everything here except this div. And then here we just say if the open is true, show this modal. So the modal is going to be, we need to wrap everything with the modal that we have imported. Is open is going to be true. If the open is true, if we click outside the modal, which we call it on request close, we're gonna close the open. We set it to be false. And what else we want to add? One thing we need to add is area hide app false to remove some of the warnings in the browser. And then we want to style it. Let me first show it here. Let's close this. And inside this, let's see what error we are getting. Okay, we didn't close this parenthesis. Okay, that's fine. Now let's open the modal by clicking on this one of the comment. As you can see, we see the modal here, but we need to style it to make it better. So the style we want to add, let's add a class name here. So I want to make the maximum width to be large, we set the width to be 90%. Okay, let's close this. After this 90%, we want to set it to be absolute, but I want to put it in the top 24, left 50%, but this is not going to bring it exactly in the 50%. We need to add translate x minus 50% to bring it exactly in the 50%. And then we want to have background color white. We want to have a border at the bottom of 2, border with the color of gray 200. We want to make it a rounded X large, and let's add some shadow effect of medium. Let's see what we get. It's here, but because we don't have any content, we cannot see it yet. Let's add something in the inside so we can see it better. So inside this modal, we're gonna have, firstly, we're gonna have a div. We want to have a padding of 4 in this div, and then we want to have another div which is covering the X icon. So first thing first, I want to have a border bottom here with the border color of gray 200, padding in the y-axis of 2 and padding in the x-axis of 1.5. And inside the div, we're going to have that icon, which is the X icon. We just say HIX. We want to style it a little bit. So the style is going to be text 2XL to make it bigger. Text gray 700 for the color. Padding of 1. When we hover over it, we want to see a background color of gray 200. Let's make it rounded full. Cursor to be pointer to add some. When we hover over it, we see a cursor, a pointer. So that's it for this for now. When we click on it, we want to close the icon as well. So we just say unclick, set open false. Let's see what we get. Okay, we need to log in first. Okay, now we see this icon. We see the modal and we have this cross icon which is here, and when we click on it, we want to close the open. And also if you click on the outside on request close, we're going to close it as well. So it's working now. So the next step is to add the, after this div, which is we have closed, we add another div for adding the image and the name of the person who has created the post. But we need to actually get those data, because this model is somewhere that doesn't have any information. We need to, based on the ID of the post, we want to fetch the data and understand who created that. So we need to use Firebase to import that. So the first thing we need to do is to create a piece of state for that. And we're going to say, we want to call it, for example, post, set post, and the initial value is going to be an empty object. We need to import user state. Okay, now we can get the data by just using a use effect React hook. So we just say use effect, import it from React, and then what we want to do, we want to fetch the data. But we want to be sure if the post ID exists. We just say if the post ID exists, and then, or we can just say if its post ID is not equal to empty string, because if you remember, the initial value was an empty string. And then we want to create a reference. We just say const post ref, which is going to be equal to doc. We need to import doc from Firebase Firestore. We need to have the DB. So we need to actually import app from Firebase and then initialize and get the DB using the get Firestore. We need to import it. So here we get the DB, the post collection name, which is post, and then we want to pass the post ID. So we get the reference. Now we want to use unsubscribe. We just say unsubscribe, unsnapshot, use the unsnapshot method from Firebase Firestore. And then here we want to pass the post reference, get the snapshot, And then based on the snapshot, we want to set the post. So the post, we can just add a condition too. We just say if the snapshot data exists. So we just say a snapshot.exist, then set the post to snapshot.data. So we prevent getting an error here. Otherwise, we want to just console log no such document. Okay, so close this, close the other parentheses, and then at the end, we're going to return the unsubscribe like this. Okay, and then anytime the post ID changes, we want to fetch the data. So I think that's fine. So we are getting the data. Now we want to show it after this cross icon. So I'm going to add another div. The style I want to add is the padding of 2, flex, display flex items, center. I want to add a space between them of 1, and we make this one relative. And then here I want to add a span for the just making a line. If you remember, we had a line at the here. So if you look at this one, we have this line between these two images. I'm going to add that one here with this span. We just need to add some styling, and then we need to just self-close it because it doesn't have any content. So we just say a width of 0.5%, sorry, 0.5. And then we just say h full, the height of full. We want to bring it behind the images. So we set the z index to -1. And we want to make this one absolute in relative of this div. And we just say left 8 and top 11 and background color of gray 300. And let's see what we get. We see we still cannot see it. We need to add other things. So after the span, we're going to have an image with a source of, remember we got the post using we just say post and we protect that. We just say profile img. Alternative is going to be just the user image. Okay, let's see. I don't know why I logged out. Okay, so we can see the image and also this line here. So let's bring this one to the right side. Let's continue. Let's style this image first. We set the height to be 11, width to be 11, rounded full. And then we just want to add a margin at the right side of 4. After the image, we're going to have an h4 tag saying the user. We just set the name here. We just say post. We're going to protect that post.name. Okay, let's install this real quick. We want to set the font to be bold, text to be 15 pixels. Then in the small size and above, we want to have this text to be 15 pixels. In the normal size, this one 16. For the normal size, we want to make it 15. Okay, I mean the mobile size 15, above mobile size 16. When we hover over it, I want to just add an underline, and we want to truncate that. Truncate means if it's very long name, they're gonna make it shorter by adding some dots at the end. So after the h4 tag, we want to have an span with the username. You just say post user.username. And we need to add an at here as well. Okay, let's style it. So here we just make the text to be small. When we have a small size and above, we want to set the text to be 15 pixels. And then we want to truncate this one too. So that was it for the top. And then after this div, we want to have a paragraph with the just post but text. this text. Let's style this. So for the styling of this one, we just want to add the text to be gray 500. We set the text to be 15 pixels. And the small size and above, I want to set the text to be 16 pixels. And then margin in the left side of 16 and margin at the bottom of 2. So this is for the text. And after that, we're going to have a div to have that session, that user that is authenticated, who is leaving the comment. So we're going to have a flex here, padding of 3 and also a space X of 3. And inside this div, we're going to have an image with the source of session.user.image. Okay, we can see it now. The alternative is going to be user image. And let's style this one. Height of 11, width of 11, rounded full, cursor pointer. And finally, we're gonna have, when we hover over it, we can just change the brightness to 95%. Okay, like this. Now we want to have some input like text area and a button to leave a comment. So after this div, this image we have added already. So after this image, actually, we're gonna have another div. We don't need to style it. We just need to add the div. And the div is going to include a text area. And we're gonna have some styling like width full, border none, outline none. We're gonna have a tracking wide, a minimum height of 50 pixels. This is exactly like before, so we are getting the same suggestion from GitHub Copilot. And text gray 700. We want to have the placeholder as well. Placeholder text gray. We can just make this one a little bit lighter, like 500. And the placeholder is going to say what's happening. We want to set a row to be 2. And let's close this one for now. So here, let's actually wait because we need to wait until the authentication comes. And then here, as you can see, now we have the what's happening, and then we can just leave a comment. After this text area, we want to have, after this div, we're going to have another div for the button. Actually, we didn't need any div. It's not necessary, but just like add it. So you're going to have a div. We want to bring this button to the end. So I'm going to just say flex, item center, and then justify end. And padding at the top of 2.5. And inside this div, we're going to have that button. So the button is going to be with the background color of blue 400, text white, padding of the x-axis of 4, y-axis of 1.5, rounded full, font bold. We want to have a shadow of medium. When we hover over it, we want to have brightness of 95%. And if it's disabled, we want to set this opacity to 50. And we want to say reply. So GitHub Copilot is getting smarter and smarter. We don't need to code anymore. So wait for it. I want to see. So now we can just click here. As you can see, we have this button. Let's open this. It's a bit weird. I want this button to be under this. Let's see what. So this is the div for the image. Then we have the text area. Okay. So we need another div actually here that we put everything in these two inside that div. And then here I want to just make the width to be full firstly. And then we want to divide it by y, divide y. So we added just like a border between them, and then we're gonna have the divide color of y to be, or we just say divide gray 200. Okay, like this one. Now it's fine. So we have this button. So what we want to do now, once we type here, we want to get the information and save it inside a piece of state. So we're going to add another piece of state at the top. with the name of input. We set it to be an empty string. And then inside the text area, I want to have value of input and on change of setting the input to e.target.value. And then this button, I want to make it disabled if there is no input. So we just say disabled if the input.trim, because we want to remove the space, is equal to an empty string. Let's see. Okay, let's add it. So now it's disabled, but once we type something, it's enabled, so we can click on it. So, and then we want to click, when we click on it, we want to call a function called send comment. So let's create this function at the top. So which is going to be synchronous because we want to wait for the response once we click on it. But let's add this one in the next section. I just want to create the function for now so we don't get an error. Okay, so that was it for creating the modal. In the next section, we're going to actually send the data, and also we want to show the number of comments here next to the post section. So let's add this one to the GitHub. Let's see what we get as a suggestion here. So add react-modal package and update modal atom.js and item.jsx. I just comment modal component. Okay, and then we can just commit and push. So see in the next section for sending the comment to the Firebase and show the number of comments here. All right, in the last section, we have completed our React modal installation. We have got this modal with the user who has created the post, and also we can see the user who is writing the post. Now this time we want to, when we type something and then reply, we want to submit this one to our database, and we redirect the user to the post page. So if you remember, we have created this function send comment. So here we're going to complete it. So we're going to use a method called add doc from Firebase Firestore. We need to pass DB and etc. But first we need to define the collection, and then DB post, it's a collection name, and then the post ID. And finally we have the comments, which is a collection name for comments. And then we're going to pass everything we need. For example, we want to pass the name of the user, which is session.user.name, username, user.username. Then we have the user image, which is session.user.image. We want to save the text, which is here, this input. We can just say text, or we can just say comment instead. Okay, and then we want to have the timestamp. We can use the method from Firebase timestamp or server timestamp. We need to call that. And then we need to close this. After we send the data, then what we want to do, we want to set the input to an empty string. We're going to set the open to false. And also we want to redirect the user. For redirecting, we want to use a method called router. So we need to import a package. I think it's use router. Yeah, use router from next navigation, not next router. That was the old method. Now this is the new one. And when you have this one, we want to initialize router. And then here, we want to say router.push. And we want to push the person to /posts with the S and the post ID. And also, if there is an error, we want to cache that and just console log that. So let's try it in our application. Let's refresh the page. And then here, I'm going to just say nice. When I say press reply, you can see we are redirected to that post particular page. Let's see that if we have that comment. So let's find that. So, okay, here we have this text, hello, and the comment was nice. Okay, the comment is nice. We have the name, username, and user image as well, so we can use later to create our comment component. Another things we need to do is to show the number of comments, like the final version here. If there is, for example, 3, we just say with the number 3. So this is very simple too. We need to just go to the icons.jsx, and we need to use use effect React hook to get that. So we just say use effect. We create something called unsubscribe, and using onSnapshot method from Firebase Firestore, we have already imported actually onSnapshot. And then we're gonna go to the collection, deletePost, and then we want to ID, and then we want to go to comments. Okay, and then here we want to get the snapshot, and we want to set the comments to this one, but we don't have that piece of state yet. Actually, this use effect should be here at the bottom. So let me just cut everything and bring it at the bottom here. So set comments should be a snapshot dot docs. Let's close this, return that unscribe. And if the DB changed or ID changed, we want to add that. I think we missed some parentheses here. This one should be a parenthesis. Okay. We don't need this. We can directly return that. That's fine. And let's create that piece of state. Comments, set comments, and it's going to be an empty array at the beginning. And then here next to the chat icon, we want to add that number of comments. So just after this unclick, we want to say, actually we have to put these two inside a div. Then we want to say if there is a, we just say if the comments length is more than 0, then create a span with the ticks x is small, and then we show the constant length. And then let's see. Let's go back to the home page. As you can see, we have this number. We want to bring them next to each other by using flex item center. Okay, that's it. If we add more comments, we just say second comment. Let's come back. Now you can see now we have 2 comments here. All right, that was it for adding the comments functionality. Let's add this one to the GitHub. Let's see what we get. Suggestion from GitHub Copilot. So not a good things. So we just say add comment functionality to the CommentModal component, and update icons component to show the number of comments, and we can just commit and push. So in the next section, we're going to create that post page. Now the post page is only showing post page, but if you look at the final version, we have the post. Here we have some buttons going back, and also we have that post specific. And this is going to be server side because we want to make it SEO friendly. So see you in the next section for completing our post page component. All right, in the last section, we have completed the comments functionality for each post. Now we want to create a separate page for each post. So when we click on it, we can see that page. Now, as you can see, we have the ID of that post. So based on this ID from this URL, we can fetch data and show it inside here, inside the post page. So we have created a page before inside app directory, posts, ID, and then page.js. So the way we can get this ID is to just pass a prop here, and we just call it params. And then based on that, we can get the ID. So let's do that. We just say params. And this is the only works in the Next.js. And this one should be asynchronous because this is a server side. We can get it like this. Okay, so this should be asynchronous and this is params. And then based on that, we want to fetch data. Let's make this one bigger. And then here, let's create a variable here called data, which is going to be an empty array, empty object at the beginning. And then we want to get the data. First, we need to have the DB. So we need to import something like first app from Firebase, that Firebase.js that we have created. Okay, and then we want to import get Firestore, and based on these two, we can get the DB. Then we want to have the query snapshot, and we want to use the method called getDoc because it's just the one document. And then we want to have the doc here. We need to import it. We want to pass the DB, the name of the collection, which is post, and we want to pass the ID of that post, which is params.id. Then the data is going to be equal to two things we want to get. The first thing is to get that query snapshot.data. Also, we want to get the ID, which is query snapshot.id. Okay, so now that we have the data, we want to show it here. Let's test it first. I just want to pass the ID, and this one is going to be the text. See what we get. Okay, so module not found. So the address here is wrong. So we have to come back a few times actually to reach to that Firebase.js, because Firebase is inside the src folder. Now we are in app, then we are in post ID. So 3 times we have to come back. Okay, now it's fine. So, okay, now we get the ID, and also we get the data, which is hello, what was the post. If you try another post, for example, this one, new post, you can see the ID and also the text ID of the post. Okay, so it's working. Now we need to just complete it and make it beautiful. Let's close this. So in this div, I just want to make the max width to be X large, MX auto, I want to bring it to the center. Then we want to have border on the right side and border on the left side, and minimum height to be screen. After that, we're going to have one div at the top, which is going to be for that back and this icon. So let's import the icon first at the top, not here. So the icon we want to use is high arrow, arrow left. And also we need to import link, because when I click on it, I want to go to the home page. So I'm going to import link from next/link. And then inside this div, let's delete these two. Actually, we don't need them anymore. Inside this div, we're going to have that link tag, which is going to bring us to the home page. Let's delete this. Okay, so inside the link, we're going to have that icon, which is high arrow left. Let's just style it real quick. So H5, width 5, and just cursor to be pointer. We don't need cursor pointer because we have the link. It has actually internal cursor pointer. Okay, now we have this button. When we click on it, we go to the home page. Okay, so let's style the div that is covering it. We want to make it flex, item center, and then I forgot to add another things here, which is our text saying home. We want to make the text to be large and cursor to be pointer. I don't need actually that one there. So let's close this. And inside, we're going to say back. Let's make it large when we have a big screen, not in the mobile sets. In the mobile set, I want to make it, keep it small. And then here, we just want to add a space between them. We just say space x2, padding in the y-axis of 2, padding in the x-axis of 3. And we want to make it sticky at the top. So we just say sticky top 0. Let's make it over everything. So we just set the z index to 50 and background color to be white. We add a border at the bottom and we set the border color to be gray 200. I think it's fine. So let's add some styling here. So here we just say if we hover over it, we want to have the background color to be gray 100. We make it rounded full and padding up 2. So you can see now we have this effect. So after this one, we want to see the post. If you remember, we have already created the post component. So we just need to pass the data. We just say post. We want to pass the post, which is going to be equal to data. And then ID is going to be data.id. So now we can see it here. Everything is working like before. Because we have already created this post component, we can use it in that page as well. So we didn't need to create it. Let's see if everything is working here as well or not. For example, if we can just like it and then let's leave a comment. Just say hello or say comment from post page. Let's click on it. Okay, let's see. So nice. Second comment. We didn't get it actually. Let's try again. Okay, it's working here because she's showing 2. So this is a different actually page. So it should be somewhere else. Okay, it's here, I think. Yes, hello. And then the other one was comment from PostPage. So it's working now. Okay. Okay, it's working. So then in the next section, we're going to work on the showing the comments in the post page. So here we want to see the comments. So now let's add this one to the GitHub. Before doing that, let me check if we are getting any error. I think it's fine. Okay, so we can just complete this one, update post page component to fetch data from webs and display post details. Okay, that's fine. So we just commit and push. So see in the next section for showing the comments in the post page. All right, in the last section, we have completed our post page. In this section, we're going to work on the comment section. So we want to show all the comments that this post has, and we want to have the user image and everything related to that comment to that section, like the one in the final version. You can see from any comments, for example, this post has 3 comments, as you can see. So here we're gonna create the image of the user, the name of the user, the username, and the comment they have. And also we want to add the like functionality. We can add other functionality like delete and other things, but it's very similar to the one. So in order to prevent the repetition in the tutorial, I just want to put the like functionality, which is exactly the same as the post one. Okay, so let's go back to Visual Studio Code. So we create a component here called comments. Let's make it comments.jsx. Let's create a React functional component. And then we want to add this one to our page.js here inside the ID. So after the post, we want to add that comment component. Just say comments, we're going to import that. And then we just want to add the ID, because based on that ID, we can just fetch the data for all the comments. So we just say params.id, which we are getting from here. So now we should see, okay, let's go to, as you can see, these images, you cannot, this is just Google sometimes block the localhost 3000. That's not important. So now we have these comments. Let's bring it to the right side. And then we want to have a separate component for each comment. So we just say comment.jsx. Let's create this one too. And then we go to comment.jsx. And here we want to get this ID. And based on that ID, we want to fetch data. So let's get the ID here. ID. We need to import some of this stuff. First thing first, actually, this one is a use client because we need to interact with that and also use some hooks. And also, it's not important for the SEO, the comments, so we can just ignore using the server side. So we just say use client. We need to import, for example, we need the app from Firebase. And this is coming, I think one is enough. Let's see. Okay, yeah, it's enough. So we get the DB here, get Firestore. We need to import this one. And we want to have a piece of state for comments, which is going to be an empty array at the beginning. And then we want to use state, use effect React hook. We need to import it. Also, we need to import use state. So we need to use effect and get all the comments. We just say on snapshot. We need to import that. And based on the query, we want to have a query, use the query. And then we have collection. So we pass the DB post, the ID of the post, which is coming from here. And then we want to get all the comments. Once we get the snapshot, we want to set the comments to that. Before doing that, I want to order it as well. Let me delete this one. 1 second. So before that one, I want to order this one. Order by, we need to import order by based on timestamp, and I want to make it descending. It means the one that is created last comes at the top in this screen. And then we want to get the snapshot, and then we want to set the comments to a snapshot.docs. Let's close this. And then we want to, if we have a different DB or ID, we want to fetch the data. So now we fetch the data. Now we want to show it here. So inside this div, let's just say comments.map. We get each comment, and then we want to pass it to the comment component that we have created, this one. And then let's import that. I think we already imported. No, let's import this. I cannot find that. That's weird. Comment.jsx. So let's pass the key and everything else. Key is a comment.id, which is something unique. Then we want to pass the comment. And also we want to pass the ID, which is comment.id. And then let's close this. We need to import it at the top. Okay. Let's import it manually. Import comment from comment. Okay, now we can see now we have 2 comments in this post, and then we just got 2 this comment. So for now, I just want to get the comment and ID here. And this is going to be use client as well. And then here, for now, I just want to show the comment. So we just say comment.comment. As you can see, this post has 2 comments. One was second comment, one was nice. Let's try for something else, like let's see which one has comment. So this one, hello, has comment. Let's add another one. For example, we just say new one. Okay, this one has 3, and new one comes first because we have used order by here, and we just sorted by the timestamp. And something I have to mention, because this, if you look at the final version, you can see that let me bring you to a comment. For example, this one, as you can see, this post component and this comment component are very similar, except we have some padding on the left, and this image is a bit smaller, and this text is a bit smaller. So we can just copy everything from this post component and just modify it a little bit to get the comment component. So let's do that. So we just go to post.js and we can just copy everything and put it inside the comment.js. And then I want to just remove the unnecessary thing. For example, we don't want the icons. We don't want the image. We just want to show the text. And then I don't want to have any link to go anywhere. So I just want to remove the link. And we are getting the comments. So instead of the post, we just have to say comment. And then this one comment.comment instead of the text. And then we need to import this .horizon icon. And also this one. I forgot this one. Comment. And this should be, I think, user image. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so you can see now we are getting these comments. But as I mentioned before, we just have some padding here. So let's add those paddings. So that the div that is covering everything, I just want to add some padding on the left side of 10. So I push it a little bit on the right side. And also I want to make the image a little bit smaller. So I just want to change this 11 to 9. And then let's make the text to be a little bit smaller. So this is the text here. Instead of S small, we just make it X small. I think everything else should stay the same. I think it looks okay. So that was it for adding the comment section. In the next section, we're going to add the like functionality. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So this one is going to be, let's get the suggestion first. So update post page comments to include comments. I just add this one. Add comments component and update post page. Let's make this one capital. And then to display comments. And then we just can commit and push. So that was it for this section. In the next section, we're going to add the like functionality. So see in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have created the comments section. In this section, we're going to work on adding the like functionality. It's exactly the same as the post one. Others as well, if you want to add the delete functionality, it should be exactly the same. But I just want to add the like one to show you the procedure, and then you can add the delete one yourself. So we can just go to Visual Studio Code. After the paragraph, we want to add the like functionality. As I mentioned before, it's very simple to the previous one. So we applied in the icons.jsx. So here we can just copy this part is like. So if you open this one, you can see we have this part. So we can just copy this is like section, put it inside the comment after the p tag. We need to import these things. Let me import them. And we need to add some piece of state like is like, likes. We can get the DB. We need to import app here at the top. We import use the state. We get the get store, and also we can get the app. So then we can use the use effect to get that information. Also, we need the session as well. We want to be sure if the person is authenticated or not. We want to import sign in and use session from next-auth /react. And then here we're gonna initialize it. So as you can see, if is like is true, we want to show this icon. Otherwise, we want to show this icon, and this is going to call a function called like post. So we need to add that one as well, which we have in the icons.jsx. I think it's here, like post. Copy this, put it here. So this is going to check the session. And if it's liked, we want to remove the like. If it's not liked, we want to set the like. And we want to pass the username here as well. And if the person is not authenticated, we want to redirect them to the signing page. So what else we need to add? We want to add some use effect. First thing first, we want to get all the likes of this post. And also we want to check if the person is already liked it or not. We're going to copy this. And actually, we need to actually change it a little bit. So here, for example, in this function, so this is going to be db post likes. And also we want to go to the comment section. So we need to add a comments ID. Let's see what we get. Let me actually pass this data first. So we want to pass some data from that comments.jsx. Let me close the unnecessary one. Comment.jsx. So we pass the comment, the ID. We want to pass two more things. One is the comment ID. Let's just change this one because I don't want to get confused between the post ID and the comment ID. So I'm going to change this one to the comment ID. And then we want to add the post ID as well, which we're just going to call it original post ID, which we can get from this ID from here. And then we want to get this one from the comment section. Inside the comment, we want to get all this information we need. So first we get the comment, and then I want to get the comment ID and also the original post ID. So we don't get confused with this. So here we have to pass the original post ID after the post. We go to the likes. We don't need to go to the likes actually. Instead of the likes, we want to go to the comments. And then we want to pass the comment ID. And then here I want to make a new collection called likes. Something like that. And then let's do the same things for here. So this is going to be comments and then comment ID. Then we go to the likes collection. Okay, so now it's ready. When we want to get the likes, we don't want to get it inside here. We have to pass the original post ID. And then we go inside the comments. So inside the comments, but which comment? The comment with the comment ID, and then all the likes, we want to collect them. And then we want to search through that likes here. I think, yeah, we don't need to change this one. Like the ID, that's fine. Let's see. Okay, we are getting an error. Use effect is not defined. We can just import use effect. We see what else we get. Okay, on snapshot is not defined. Let's import all of them. So on snapshot, what else? I'm sure we're gonna get some errors. Collection. Okay, now we are not getting an error. Let's try to like this. Okay, we are getting another error. Set doc is not defined. So set doc. Doc is not defined. Server timestamp. Okay, now it's working. So we can like it, but for disliking, we need to import delete doc. It's working here. So actually, the only things we need to do to just style this to bring them nicely next to each other. So where was it? Here. In this div that is covering both of them. There's no div actually here. So we need to add a div here and put these two inside. And then here we're gonna say flex item center. Okay, now it's working. Let's log in with someone else and try. First thing first, if we are not logging, we should get redirected to the signing page. So I'm gonna try to like this. As you can see, we are in the signing page. I'm gonna sign in with this person, and then I try to like it again. Now we have 2 likes. So it's working. So it was exactly the same as like functionality here, but we need to go one more step inside another collection. So now each of the comments, they have another collection called likes, and then each like, they have the username and etc. So we need to go here one more steps to go to the likes. So you can do the same thing for delete functionality. You have to go one more step inside another collection. All right, so that was it. So let's add this one to the GitHub. So this is going to be add like functionality comment components. That's okay. Can commit and push. So in the next section, we try to deploy our application. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed our like functionality. In this section, we're going to deploy our application to Vercel. So let's search for Vercel, and we go to vercel.com and make sure you're logged in. It's totally free to use, and they have a very big free tier, so you can use for your application. As you can see, I've put many of my websites here, including hinderjsprojects.com. So you can just click here on add new project, and you need to connect your GitHub repository to Vercel, and then you can see your GitHub repository. So we want to deploy this GitHub repository x-next. So we're gonna import that. We need to pass our environmental variables. We can just copy from our .env file. So I'm gonna copy all of them. All right, that's the last one. And then we're just gonna click on deploy. This is going to take a few seconds, mostly less than 1 minute. It's gonna finish. We have to be sure that if there is no error here, and then if there is an error, we can fix that. Now it's building. We are getting some warning. It's okay. We can just ignore them. For example, React hook user if it has missing dependency or something. That's not important. Okay, it's already completed. So let's click here to open our application. As you can see, it's given us some URL. The only things we need to do is to go to our API, Google API, to add this URL in order to be able to log in. Now, if I try to log in, we get access block, but we just need to click on this error, copy this URL, redirect URL, and then put it inside our console.google. Here, xnext, we just need to add this URL here, and we save it, and we can try again now. Let's go back to the signing page, click again. Now we can choose one of our accounts, for example, this one. So now I can like a post, delete my previous post. Let's delete it. But as you can see, after delete, it's here. The reason is the Next.js is trying to cache the data. So the data is cached. In order to prevent that, we can just add something in our layout.js. You just need to go to your layout.js. At the top, just under this, we can just add export const dynamic, and we set it equal to force dash dynamic. Okay. So once you do that, you need to actually deploy it again. So this is going to be, for example, add dynamic export to the root layout, and then we can just commit and push. When you do that, Vercel is going to automatically detect that and deploy it again. So if you go to our application and we go to deployment, we can see that it's building already. So let's wait for that. It's not only for deleting, it's even you add a new post, it's not going to be added here because everything is cached. The server side is cached here. All right, now it's ready. Let's click on it. And we can click this application again. Now let's try, for example, to leave a new post. Just say new post. And as you can see, it's added here. You can like it. Let's add a comment, new comment. And okay, it's working. You can like this. Let's go back. For example, if I delete my previous one, just pay attention. This is high. So let's delete it. And this is going to be removed with no problem. Okay, that was it for our Xclone project using Next.js. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. Give me your opinion about the projects and let me know what project you want to see next. So see you in the next project.